Hey everybody, hope everyone's doing good. Let's turn this video down a smidge. Let's get it down to like a nice little groovy volume. Hope everybody's doing good. We are back in the swamp doing our thing, getting our turbo fuel factory up and running. Well, at least that's the plan. As you can see there in the backdrop, we finished our water extractors. They're going to go up to our packages, and they are currently not packing because we just set everything up and trying to get it ready for when we are going to need it. So everything is lined up, all the ducks are on a nice little neat little row. But let's go have a look and see what's happening here. Right, so please give me feedback on the music volume if that's good for you guys. If it is, excellent. If it's not, let me know. I'll try and adjust it a little bit. Alright, so far what we've done is we've set up the train stations. One of our little to-do lists, if you can see on the right hand side of here, is train station to be completed. So we need to just kind of wrap that up a little bit. We need to clean up our power because we've got cables going every which way, which is definitely suboptimal. And then we also we've got check power, and the reason I say check power is because we've got fluctuations popping up every now and then. This is what it should be, clean 89,700 megawatts, and then every time I start the world up, it jumps to 97. And I think I know why, but it's going to take a little bit of investigation to see where and how that is. So what we'll do is we'll yoink a train. Actually, we'll make a train. We'll slap it on here. We're quickly going to go for a little drive, and I'm just going to see if I can figure out where this damn power spike is coming from, because that is not at all what I want. And we've got our train kind of set up here, so this section is temporary for now. This is why we're just looping back into it. And this is where our factory is going to be coming up. Excuse me. And the idea is to set up that factory, well, to wrap up this train station. As you can see, there's little holes here and there. And then and start setting up the factory, because I do want to complete the train station today. Kind of finalize what our colors are going to be, all that kind of jazz. But for now, let's see if we can figure out where the hell that power spike is coming from. Because the thing is, the train stations, or the trains, and the rail which conducts power are supposed to be on their own separate little grid. And I think the reason it spikes is because something is making that power grid join the main power grid. Hey train! Let's just duck through here quickly. Boom. Alright, so Dune Desert. Oh, this is a nice little Satisfactory bug. I'm just going to leave this guy right here. Actually, I'm not going to let me delete this one. So the bug that I'm talking about is Mr. Vehicle over here. That's just standing here as if he's on a two brake. And to fix that bug, it only happens every now and then when you start your roll, is you grab any vehicle, you go to any one of these, you say load, and lo and behold, there it goes. I'll quickly delete this guy, and then all the vehicles suddenly work. I hope they fix this in 1.2. So we'll see. The 17th is the update for 1.2. We are 12 days out, less than 2 weeks. Alright, so let me quickly try and figure out why the hell do we have power issues, or power spikes more than power issues. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit more. There we go. So a little bit more background music than. Just going to turn it up slightly. There we go. Right, so that should be fine for now. This is my nitros, I think. So we're quickly going to have a look at this train station, because I'm going to hook up the power there and just see what it's doing currently. And we are flying so damn slow. Let me just grab a train quickly. And we're going to crash again because I'm not looking where I'm driving. Oh, yeah, damn it. There we go. Lovely. We need at least one of these every episode. Previous one I topped off at 4. Okay, bang, you can go. Let me delete this one. And then we can quickly have a look here and see what the hell's going on. Let's see what this train is doing. Who's attacking me? Oh, you're trying to. Good luck. Okay, so these train stations rather should be on their own grid. So I'm just gonna quickly check this out. See, this is what's weird. They are on their own grid. See, this is 6,000. This is completely separate. Because the trains, obviously, the power fluctuates on the trains. Because the train will stop, start, go uphill, go downhill, kind of like, it will fluctuate. So, I need to try and figure out where that spike is coming from. It's not coming from the train stations, which is what I suspected. Okay, so the plot thickens. I might just do that off stream because it's going to be a little tedious to figure out where that's going to go. So I think for now what we'll do is let's head back and we'll continue on. First time chat over on Twitch, Rice Munch X. What's up, dude? What's up to you? How you doing? You doing good? Are you a Satisfactory aficionado or just a casual viewer? Let me know. But welcome to the stream. Welcome. I think the music's too soft now. Let me know. Or I think the train is just really loud. It could be one of the two. From Jay-Z's Discord. Nice, dude. Jay-Z's an excellent builder. I'll have to watch his channels every now and then. And he also streams quite regularly. So yeah, thank you. Welcome. Glad you can join us. We are busy gearing up for turbo fuel. And I was just trying to investigate a little power spike we're getting every now and then. And I can't for the life of me figure out where it is or where it's coming from. It's very strange. Like, it should be 89,700 like we are currently looking at. But then whenever I start to stream up or load the world in, it jumps with like 9,000, and I have no idea where that 9,000 comes from. Oh, look at this. This isn't right. Let's quickly fix that. Yeah, this is much better. It might be, you know. We can quickly test that theory. It usually doesn't do it that much, but I do know the hover pack does kind of mess with it. So let's give it a moment. I will come and check in a second. We'll run around like a pleb with our feet. Ew. Looks like an oil spill. Yoink all of these. Okay, let's have a look and see if there's any difference now. Let's see if you're correct. Nailed it, dude. Nailed it. Yeah, look at that. Okay, confirming it. It looks like just taking off and on kind of reset that bug. Good on you. Well done. It's a good spot. Excellent. Hello, could it be the coal or the biomass burners? All my coal plants are completely separate from this grid. So all the coal and all the geo and all the bio, which I don't think I have anymore, they are all on a separate grid. So look at it now, it's sitting at 87, I think. It should... Yeah, there it is, it's good now. Look at that flat line. I think you're correct, it was. Well done, thanks for that one. That's actually excellent to know. Right, let's fix this one as well quickly. So, yeah, you called it. Hover pack bug. I haven't seen that one quite often. But, yeah, good spot. Thank you. Appreciate it. Completely forgot about that, to be quite honest. Oh, you think it might be that? Because the thing is, we've got our main, let's call it our primary power grid, is that one there. And obviously my secondary power grid is all these lines. And maybe me jumping between this line and that line is kind of like making it spike. I refuse to use power switches because of the bug. Why? Does power switches kind of amplify the bug, or what? I don't know what the relation is between them. I do use priority switches though quite extensively. I can show you over here. You can see I've got basically I've got every factory is kind of up here. This is our this is for the lights in the this is for the lights in this train station right here. Rice Munch over on Twitch. As soon as you switch grids on a switch, it will literally stop production for a moment. Yeah, that's where you get the 94% production rate from, or like 98%, and just kind of stuck there. Yeah. So you say if you take power switches out of the equation, then you get your 100% machines running clean, assuming that your factory is balanced accordingly. Interesting, I didn't know that. But that can account for the like close to 100%, but never 100%. Okay, let me just quickly wrap this up here, because this needs to go. This was all a temporary setup. Oh no, I need to keep this while we still need canisters. So, gonna have to keep that temporary setup there. We've got this little water plant section here. Oh, I found my signs that I was making. I'll actually show you guys, as you guys might appreciate this. It's a bunch of signs I was playing with. And a bunch coming from my previous blueprints, because all my stuff got jumbled up, so I had to sort them out. But I've got, let's go for, yeah, I've got these kind of like stubby little lights, which I like to kind of like, I was trying to put one here yesterday, but I couldn't get the blueprint for it. I've got this little light thingy to make it look interesting. But there's a couple of variations of these, so you get that one. Wait, let's not do blueprint, because otherwise it's gonna bomb out. So we got that one. I've got this kind of a couple of variations of essentially street lamps. They look a little bit too retro for me. Let's go check the other ones out. Sorry, my throat's a little scratchy today. I'm not sure what that's about. I've got skinny lamp 1, and skinny lamp 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A whole bunch of kind of like promotional banners or things for Fix-It. I think Ada will love these. And the whole idea is you just kind of like place this around the world just to make it look interesting. I've got more versions of these. Let's see, I've got up to number 8. I think that might have been the last one. Oh, what else is? Oh, that's something else. And I was also working on this. This one is one of the latest ones. This is a big billboard for the MAM. There we go. The molecular analysis machine. And if you look close, you can see it says there, the MAM. It's kind of a cool one. I'll probably plonk it down on my world at various places. But I'm working on like doing like entire collection of these guys. But let's get rid of them. They're not supposed to be here. These all look nice down next to the roads. Then over on Twitch again, we've got Rice Munch. Yep, I pulled out my hair over that until I started using one grid and found the random a forum about this. Sorry, I found the random forum with one post about the bug. So, okay, so it's not very well known, but it does kind of. I recall either hearing about that issue, or it might just be that I've kind of encountered it myself. But yeah, recall there. Over on YouTube, Mr. Farouk FXR, sorry. Howdy, how's it going? Right, Ew, this power cable is gonna bother the hell out of me. Okay, but we still need to fix. Okay, let's. Sorry, let me focus. So I want to get this train station to have this bottom section, but have it look interesting. Let's just quickly jump over to our. Hey, Havana, how's it going? Let's go over to Satisfactory Modeler and just quickly see what we need to do. So we kind of need to start working on our rocket fuel. Oh, I was testing something else here. Let me just delete that out of the way. Skullface. Middag Maters Reinhard. Good afternoon. How's it going? So we'll keep this as a completely separate factory. So the reason why I quickly wanted to have a look here is I want to see if we're going to be using this kind of like real estate below at all. And I almost died because I was looking at the at the modeler and I was getting yeeted with rocks from this our little friend over there. Oh, why did I do that twice? That's stupid. Okay, I want to figure out how we're gonna make this this bottom section look a little interesting so we can just kind of wrap this up. Oh man, I don't want to play with you today. Go find a stick or something. Alright, let's see. So what I was thinking we could do, just to quickly do this, is to do like this little thing. Maybe either coming from the edge, kind of going along this way, and then we'll have a section jutting out. Hold on a second. I don't think I need this here either. I want to do something interesting below here, but I have no idea what to do. And that's a little basic. We could have like a big central support section here, and then have like, oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, I've got an idea. So let's just see where the middle point is. So let me just count all of these foundations. Alright, so we're sitting with 10 foundations. So I can hear this guy below me. So let me just put a marker here, and I'll quickly deal with this guy behind me. So that's our center point. Now, you want to play? Let's play. Eat it! Eat it! There you go. Now you're tired. Now you want to go to sleep, huh? Yeah, thought so. Alright, so this is our center point. Let's get a column of... Shall we do... Yeah, we'll do pillars. But I'm going to do the big concrete pillars. And we'll do 4 of these going down. How about arches? Yes, exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do some sort of arch coming down here. And the arch will come out of this central column. So this is going to be the main support for, I suppose let's call it this half of the pillar, or this half of the train station. This is the primary kind of like support section. And then I'm going to do arches with pillars going out. And the arch is going to go, oh wait, this is way too close. Hold on, I messed this up. I'm going to use beams to form the arch and then get the pillars to replace the beams. So yes, my bro, no, that's exactly what we're going to do. How's the music volume when you go on your side, guys? Is it good? Okay, so that's the... This is maybe a little too skinny. Let's do it a little bit bigger than this. Over on YouTube, I'm gonna try and say your name correct the first time. Let's try this. Noname 007. I don't know if that's even close. Welcome. Alright, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think let's do 3 columns going through here. That's gonna at least look somewhat believable. Oh, no name. Oh, for fuck's sakes. What? Like, I don't know. I saw that because it's like in the corner of my screen, but there's like a little bit of glint going on there, and I couldn't read it properly, and I was trying to do it right, but it's just no name, not Nanami. uh, Thanks, yes, welcome. No name 007, gotcha. Ran out of fantasy. But yeah, welcome, my man. No name. No name. No name. It's like, what was that? What's that fish movie? With the, oh, what was it called again? With the little fish that kind of like gets lost and has to get back to his home? Finding Nemo. And they had Dora in there, but Dora was like a really dumb fish. And she saw this, she was looking for an exit sign, and she saw and she was looking for an exit, and she found the escape hatch. And she looked at the hatch and she went, escapade. That's funny, it's kind of spelled like escape. That was me right now. Finding Nemo, yeah. Escapade. But it was escape. Anyways, right, so we'll have these three columns be like the main support. Now, we could do just straight. That's going to be a little bit lazy and a little bit not as interesting looking. But let's quickly drag these out. Yeah, Finding Nemo, Wana, and Dr. Seymour Lipsch. Yeah, you can see, guys, I'm brilliant with names. But yes, Finding Nemo, that was the one I was talking about. Alright, so these guys are going to be coming out all the way. And I'm going to do an arch that leads... I think it's called the hyperbolic arch, if I'm not mistaken. Or curve, maybe it's called the hyperbolic curve. But essentially, a curve going from over here to down there, but then at like an angle at, like you can see there now. I think it's called hyperbolic curves. So we'll try and do something like that. And then at least it would look chunky enough to be believable. My name is Doctor from the Rugrats. I never really watched the Rugrats, huh? I know what you're referring to. That little kids, little animated cartoon thingy. And I know that the writing on that show was pretty good, because a lot of people kind of like praised it. But I never, like, I never really watched it, to be honest. But okay, cool. Dr. Seymour Lipstick. Anyways, okay. So the way we want to do this is we want to grab a beam. So we're just going to do the one and then duplicate it to the other side. And we're going to start the curve at that point. I'm going to go, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to go double across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, I just want to... Let me just have a think about this, because the way that I want to do this, and you guys will see now what I'm trying to accomplish here. So you take this one, you go up to that guy, and you take it across. But then instead of doing 1, we're going to do 2. I'm not sure if I'm going to have enough space here. We should. So this one's going to go across, and then I'm going to skip 2. And the thing is, you just want to keep this the same ratio to make that curve look kind of interesting. And we're going to do that one. And go across to 1, 2. So I'm just kind of like aiming where it will be, because obviously it's not long enough at the moment. And then that one over there. So you can kind of see the curve being like it's starting to take shape. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, this one's wrong. That's why. Okay, you know what? Let's extend these, because otherwise we're gonna confuse ourselves. So that one's supposed to go to there. Yep. This one then needs to go to the next 2. 1, 2 over there, and we're gonna connect this one as well. And this guy. 1, 2. We could probably do one more up to that edge. Oh, this kind of works out perfectly. I 100% planned. 100% planned. Hold up. Wait, hold on a second, we've got a problem here. So this one, alright. So this one's supposed to go to there. Yes. And then this guy goes to the end. Perfect. Hi Jakes. Topalek from YouTube. Where's that? There we go. There it is. Okay, there we go. So that's kind of how you determine the curve. So you can see now we've got a nice smooth curve going around. Well, as smooth as we can. You can obviously add more, like in the harvesting if you really want it smooth, but like it's the amount of beams we're going to be using or pillars is going to be, yeah, it's going to get a little ridiculous, a little redonkulous. Right, so we're going to keep it up there, going through. And you can kind of do this. So there's obviously going to be a fair amount of overlap happening. And we're going to be removing most of these, but just to get it going for now, we're going to do it like that. And then I'm going to start on this side. But no, we're not going to start on that side because then I won't be able to do any of the other ones. Come on, take it. There we go. And then that one there. And then the last one. So look at that. Easier. Oh, autosave. There we go. Can you show how to create perfect joints on painted beam connections? Top of lake. Then a second question from one of the Rugrats cast. We go, do you prefer rocket fuel? Or is it worth going for ionized fuel? Seymour? I have no idea. The furthest I've got in the game is where I'm currently at. Which means that I have never used ionized fuel. I've never used nuclear. And I've only once before used rocket fuel. So it depends on, I suppose it depends on what is your priority. Do you want the most efficient fuel? It's probably going to be like the rocket fuel, I would have to guess. I'm not 100% sure. If you're looking for the most interesting one to make interesting builds with, that's probably going to be nuclear again. So I don't know which one's the best, but for me the best is always what will make the most interesting building. That's for me the best one. But because I do a very small world comparatively speaking, for me, I don't like, I'm only going to do 40 fuel generators for the rocket fuel we're going to do here. Like some people do like 140 or 100 or 240 or something crazy like that. But I don't do mega builds to that sense. I just do very detailed ones, so I can't actually answer that question for you. So you will see rocket fuel is way easier. Yes, it's easier. But the thing is, if I do a ton of rocket fuel plants, they're all going to look the same. And for me, that's going to be boring because you just copy pasting, copy pasta all the way. I would like, me personally, I would much rather do a coal plant, then show a version of that, then do, for instance, a normal fuel plant, and then do a diluted fuel plant, just to show like how that process is. Then do a rocket fuel like I'm doing now, then do ionized, and do all of those, but do smaller ones, but then do every version of it, and then showcase that version. Just because I think the build will be interesting. But yes, if you want to go for max output, rocket fuel all the way. Anyways, okay, so somebody asked about the beams. Topaleg, you asked about the beams. I can quickly show you guys. It's actually quite easy. Once you wrap your head around it, it's fairly easy. So we've got, say, this angle. Right, so what we want to do is we want to put beams like this, but that's ugly. We don't want that. We don't want that. No. So we'll do that. Thumbs down. No, we don't want that. So what you want to do is, I quickly want to explain how this works, and then you guys might understand this easier. If you look at that point there, the center point, whoops, No, I'm trying to hold Alt. There we go. So the center point there, everything connects to that center point there. And everything connects to that center point there. So you need to push the center point up so that it connects to the top there, and then you nudge it down. And in this case, it's going to be sideways. So let me just demonstrate. So I'm pushing this out, and this one I'm going to push up. That now means that if I put a beam between this one and this one, the center point is going to be right on the bottom one that I originally want there. So if you take this one and you kind of put it onto that one and you nudge this guy down, and then remove the one that didn't work, as well as the two little supporting ones, now you've got your beams lining up perfectly. And that's how you, so you want to get that center point. You just want to move up the center point so you can snap to it, and then you move it down into position. Alright, I hope that makes sense. I'll do it one more time just for demonstration purposes. So we'll do like a different angle. Just want to get this guy to line up. There we go. So just nudge this one out. Doesn't matter how long you do this section. All you want is just something to snap to. Snap to that point in free mode, obviously. Snap to that point, nudge it back in, and remove the other ones. And there you go. Easy. Most fun is nuclear because of the waste management. Yes, I'm quite looking forward to going to nuclear. And then over on Twitch, Finn, how you doing today, Jakes? I'm doing really good, thank you. We're doing good, we're doing good. I hope you're doing well as well. And then Forax over there is 2,400 rocket fuel generates 144 gigawatts, and the net production is 137. So 2004 INAS does 200 gigawatts and the net is 102. So there you go. You guys can see the difference there. But for me, it's all about what makes an interesting build as opposed to what is the most optimized. But then again, in your world, you might be focusing on what's optimized rather, and rightly so. All right, so we've got this little arch building here, which kind of looks nice. I'm wondering, should we fill it up all the way? But I think if we do, let's rather take out all of these guys, and we have less overlapping and less items being insanely used, because I'm trying to minimize the amount of items, because I'm already sitting on a lot of items for this world because I do detailed builds. Like I checked on that what is it called, Satisfactory interactive map website. My signs alone is sitting over 100,000 signs in this world already. So frame rate isn't an issue at the moment, and I kind of like to keep it like that for as long as I can. Did I delete something in the background? Oh, this is just for the hover pack. That's fine. Rip. Right, so we're just going to try and get as many of these out of the way for now. I don't want to delete one that's actually going to be visible on the curve. Like, you don't want to delete that one. You maybe want to add one. Come on. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to try the other way around. I just want that little bit there. Whoops. Come on. Okay, so there we go. So what we'll do is we'll take this one and we'll just kind of move this across up to there. Alright, so we're going to be doing singles basically all the way now. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can increase the object count in the coding to prevent crashing. Yes, but you're also increasing your instability. So if you can, and yes, you're 100% correct, you can do that. But if you can, try to minimize the amount of objects that you place in the world. That doesn't mean you have to sacrifice kind of like the build that you want to make. But for instance, what I do is, instead of just overlapping all the items here and having, like, let's say 70 items in here, I'll just remove them because I need to move them anyways across. I'll remove the extra ones and I'll just space them out a bit more evenly and then use less items in here, which means that I can build way more buildings before I need to even touch the init file to increase the object size. Because you absolutely can increase the object size, but you're also increasing the amount of crashes that you're going to have. But yes, if you do exceed the limit and you don't increase it, then you are going to be crashing constantly. So at that point, you're kind of swapping guaranteed crashes for possible crashes. Like I said, I'm kind of getting closer to the point where that might become an issue for me. And I'm hoping I'm not getting to the point where it becomes a real problem. But if I need to, I'll definitely be increasing the object count, absolutely. I would just prefer not to do that for stability's sake. And just general frame rate as well. Finn, you gave me more confidence to it. Oh, sorry, hold on a second. I missed a message. Finn over on Twitch, I'm fine. Can you be part of the coffee cup race build stuff? Nice, you gave me more confidence to do it. Awesome, dude. I really want to be part of that, but I don't know if I'm going to have time, to be quite honest. Kind of the same reason why I didn't partake in the Xmas kind of competition. I think it will be awesome to do, but I don't know if I'll have time, to be quite honest. So I'm still in two minds whether I should or should not. Because I did speak to Doug and he actually asked if I want to be part of it. And I did say yes, I do want to, but like I said, I don't know if I'm going to have the time. Okay, so there we go. Nice clean arc going up, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this guy, put it into zip mode, and I'm just going to overlap it slightly and bring it all the way up. I think doing it this way, you might get it to look a little better, and I think you're probably going to use less items because there isn't as much overlapping. There's still a fair amount, but it's not. It's just a little less, and I think a little less over time is going to add up to just a better experience playing it when it comes to like these high item count worlds. But then again, if you've got a monster PC, you don't have to worry about any of this. Eccentric VRX over on YouTube. I'm also planning one mega build with conceptual idea. It's 10,000 crude oil to 22,000 rocket fuel, making 1.2 terawatt without augmenter. Oh wow, that's a serious time commitment. Good luck with that. Please share your world with us via Discord with screenshots if you do actually get to that point where it's kind of done. Because that's one hell of a project. Good luck with that. Should be good though. Do you move the beam hollow with control? I'll show you. So let's say if I do. So put the beam down there and then I just press H to lock it in first of all. And then if you move it up and down, but in that exact example, you have to hold control to do like a mini nudge. Otherwise, otherwise you won't be able to do it. Okay, so I'm wondering here, speaking of saving items, I don't want us to do 6 of these because first of all it's going to take damn long. So I'm thinking, you know what we'll do is I'm going to remove all of these, which is the original one. And we can also get rid of all those beams that's going to be blocked off. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically drag it across. So we don't have to do 6 of these, and then I'll do like some sort of light something here with like signs. Just to make it pop a little bit more. Over on YouTube again. Special beat. My object count issues occur when I cover the world in a web of cable so I can't find anywhere. Yeah, that will definitely do it. Absolutely. And Then Eccentric also said, sure, I've already made something which is like a blueprint for overclocked nodes doing 150 million crude oil. Why is there that much oil in the world? The blueprint directly sits on top of the node and makes the empty canisters into input, gives it package oil. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's an excellent idea, because I actually like using packaged items. Just because of the ease of use, and you can be way more precise in how much you need and just slightly adding a little bit more. And I generally like to use packaged everything essentially, just because I think it makes your life easier in general. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go from here. We're just going to go across to up to this one. So it's going to be you know what we need to do? We need to do this arch on this one, and then we can just go across and kind of save us a little bit. You can post a couple of pictures on the Discord. I think that will be interesting. I would love to see it. Maybe we can even post it there for other people to see as well. So there might be somebody that can get a couple of ideas from that. But yeah, sure. Alright, so this one's going to go to there. Now let's just quickly do this little arch section. Sorry, arch. Let me try that again. Let's do this little arch section. And then we can just quickly drag everything across. At least we'll still get the arch idea, or like the shape and everything, but without the excessive amount of items being used, and also a little bit less time. Look smarter, not harder, basically. Nope, I don't need two, I just need one up there. Oh, I like this one. Actually use it a couple times in the videos. Alright, let's go and line this bad boy up. There we go. Why does this one seem so off? Oh, it's just... Ew, okay. Let me wrap up this arch and I'll have a quick look. I just need to actually set it up so we can show everybody on when I look at the Discord, so I can show everybody. At the moment I don't have it set up, but I'll put that on the to-do list. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, this is now exactly 45, that's why I can't nudge this out. This is such an annoying kind of like thing. So that's just going to go straight down, right? Okay, so we got the two arches set up now. And then the idea that I had is to basically just do... Which means we can delete this, we don't need this anymore. And then we can kind of take this across like that. And we want this to overlap just slightly, so it can seem like more of a single piece. And I'm holding control just to kind of easily slide it along that pillar over there. And autosave. There we go. Alright. Oh, you know what? Let's do this one again because there's a little bit of a gap there. Oh, there's a little bit of a gap over there as well. Just go a little bit further out so it looks nice and smooth. Yeah, I don't know who gave the arch idea, but that was a solid suggestion. Try and get this one right here. Is that going to cover it? Yep, there we go. So we still have a fair amount of overlapping, but at least this entire section is hollow, so that's going to spare items. And then all we need to do is just, yeah, let's just do it like this. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. Eh, got this one little section, this line up here now. Shall we do it the easy way and just kind of just gonna do it like that? I don't think we got an option really. Another option though. I mean, this is the other side of the train. Why am I so worried about it? It is what it is. See, the reason we need to do this is because me and you will know. Yep, and that's enough. I was thinking we can also do like maybe like a strip of light coming down here, so we can have like a sign going all along the pillars, either in the center or two small lines, or I don't know, something. We'll do the big line first and just kind of like see how that works out. And if that's adequate, or if that looks good, then we'll keep it like that. Okay, there we go. Let's have a look. I still need to just fill up the other side quickly. Right. We've got some light coming through there. We can fix that in a second. Let me quickly just jump on Discord. I just want to check this out. Showcase. Let me see if I can show you guys this. I might completely fail here. There we go. A lot of lights in here, that's cool. I like it. Sweet. We'll switch over to modeler again. And we'll go back to gameplay. Nice. I like the reflection in the water with all the lights. Looks cool. Right, so this little light bleed that's coming through here. Easiest way to fix that is, and we're going to give it a little bit of color. We can just do like my first thought is we can just do like a metal pillar. And all you want to do is just kind of nudge this into position. Kind of like that. And just zoom this across, and that will cover up that little light leak we've got there. Shouldn't really do anything, but it shouldn't show it to begin with, but there we go. And we've got this little gap right here, so let's just quickly sort this one out as well. There we go. And then we just need to quickly cover this section up as well. Shouldn't take too long. Alright, I think the arch was a good idea. It looks kind of nice. We just need to dress it up a little bit. I'm thinking of maybe putting in a light or sign kind of in this section right here, and this will then illuminate this area, and we'll test it and see what it looks like. I think that should be good. No, we messed this one up. Hold on. That looks good. Alright, almost there. I kind of want to move on from this arch. And then we'll probably have... I think if we remove this pillar, it will give the arch a little bit more kind of like oomph to it. You know what we'll do here is, after maybe I'll show you guys something. And we're gonna go over to there. Add that one in. I'm gonna take the edges off. But I want a straight edge here. So we're just gonna put this one in here. And then we're going to put this one in here as well, but I'm just going to nudge it out once. Take our beam. Probably need a light for this. And we can do like a little corner bit here just to make this look slightly more interesting. Now the thing is, because it's at an angle, you can't get it exactly precise because that's satisfactory for you. So you'll see if we do the top one, which is the level of the floor, then this will look, then the joint will be perfect. Maybe there's a way to do it, but I haven't figured out one yet to line it up precisely. So these guys are going to be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe we can just drag this out a little bit more. I do want it to go this way though. So we'll take this one out and we'll zip it across up to there. Now we have to go across one more, and then I think we're just gonna connect it with that one at the back. Yeah, so same story on this side, and you'll see these are level, so they're gonna be fitting in nicely. There we go. Right, over on YouTube again. Eccentric. I've seen so many builds, dude. Those are just crazy. My project that I told is my first, but a massive project. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'll give it a proper time and make it as good as possible. Yeah, excellent, dude. I mean, just challenge yourself, and I think you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of the fact that you're trying to push it a little bit more. And once you finally get like a really good build, and you can kind of stand back and see what you've made, and you can be like, hell yeah, I made that. That's why I like to do the more aesthetic builds. Personally, I think they're a little bit more challenging than just the big mega ones that's all about volume. I think that it's also quite an achievement to do those mega builds. But for me personally, that the amount of repetition involved in that, it's just going to drive me out the walls, or up the walls rather. But that's just, yeah, that's my preference. Is I'd much rather build aesthetic as opposed to mega. Absolutely. If you're not happy with your build, tear it down, try again. Destroy what doesn't look good, keep what looks interesting, and build from there. And just keep adding layers until you manage to make something interesting. Absolutely. Well, we've got a little bit of a... What's up with this gap? Yeah, we don't have it on that side. What's up with this gap? Let's try and fix this. So I'm going to do edge to edge here instead of the sides, because obviously you just nudge it into position. No, I don't want two there. Okay. That actually looks interesting. I think we should remove these pillars, huh? Just so to emphasize this one way more. But before we do that, let's try and add some lighting here. And I want something that's really going to shine. So probably your small billboard's most likely going to be your best bet. I'm just going to do it like this and just kind of like see what it's going to look like. Just to test the waters a little bit. Let's move it in slightly. And the whole idea behind what I'm kind of going for is kind of like that. This one needs to go in slightly. Come on, play with it. Work with me, work with me. Work with me! There we go. Alright, so what color are we going to do here? Let's try this default orange. I'm not sure if it's going to work though. I'm just going to change it to something that doesn't have icons in it. Delete all that. Max out the glossiness and the light. We'll take it all the way down and we'll see what it looks like. Alright, let's stand back and see what it looks like. Cricker87 over on Twitch. Morning, gonna be fun to see what you come up with today. I hope so too. I hope so too. Right, so we've got that kind of like illuminated. It's okay. What about if we make this? You know what we can do, because like this flat surface is, it's extremely flat, hence being a flat surface. But the way we can spice it up a little bit, I'm trying to think about what we can do. I don't want to do something that's going to take ages to do, because this is it's not very much in your eye. You know, okay, let's try something first. Let's try option number one, which is going to be a little easier, and we're just trying to make this light slightly more interesting. So we're gonna take these guys. I'm just gonna kind of like ram this in here. So the problem is, so it does kind of reflect still, but now it kills off a lot of the light. Huh, I don't know. Eccentric over on YouTube again. Just an idea. It's going to be a large ring-shaped factory on the ground, which makes rocket fuel, and in the air it's going to bloating rock piece consisting of 200 fuel gens in it. Oh, interesting. Getting sucked into space while tied down using pipes. Oh, yeah, that could be interesting. We could pull that off. That's definitely be interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think about this light thing? I'm not feeling it. Because the thing is, you're going to be up here most of the time. You know what we can do? Let's remove this and we'll just do a light along this arch going across. Because at least that's going to be, you're going to see that. I mean, this doesn't look too bad. But the problem is that we're pretty much not going to see any of it at any time. Because we're not going to be traveling at the level where we can see it. So I think let's just do something a little bit more simplistic. I think it might be more impactful. And what I mean is, we're just going to go along the edge and just kind of highlight the edge here just to emphasize it a bit more. So just like this. And you can So up, we can actually, let's go with this one because I think we're using this light on the train station as well. And having this consistency is not going to be a bad idea. And we'll max out the brightness. And all I'm doing right now is I'm kind of just aiming for the middle of the pillar, and we should get this curve to kind of follow. And we're just gonna have to play with the lights a little bit to get it to join nicely. So like here, for instance. Let's see if this is gonna work. So that's close. I'm trying to see if I can get it even closer. So we don't have that little edge there, but I don't think, no. It's okay, it's so small, it's not gonna bother us too much. We got pillars switching up here. Yeah, I think this is actually a better idea. Gotta see what I'm getting at. So if we look at these lights, it's going to be kind of similar to that little arch, and we can wrap this all the way around. So eccentric over on YouTube, a logistics question. Whoops, that's wrong. Hold on. Come on. There we go. Just a logistics question. On your, in your opinion, how big should we keep the liquid buffers for 10,000 crude oil per minute into rocket fuel plant, into a rocket fuel factory? 20,000. So liquid buffers for 10,000 crude oil per minute. So we do 20,000 or more. Oh, that's a difficult question to answer accurately. My suggestion would be is go with, leave enough room to expand if you need to. So do the 10,000 as you suggested there, and then run it for a little bit, and then see like how because the big thing with the buffers is ideally you want them to slowly, even if it's extremely slow, that's still fine. You just want net positive to be going in. So you want more to go in and less to go out, or more to go in that goes out, so that your buffer will, so you're oversupplying slightly. Because especially with liquids, that's going to be more beneficial than trying to get it precise. So I think if you do it like that, so do your 10,000, make sure you've got enough room to expand, run the system for a little bit, and then see once everything stabilizes and the buffers, if they're going down, increase your buffer size, and then keep doing that until either increase your buffer size, or actually no, sorry, increase your supply so that your buffers always remain full. So do the amount that you think is best. Just make sure that amount increases, even if it's slightly, all the time. Like even if you're just doing like say 1 or 2 or 3 or 5% more than you actually consume, just so that you always have enough to run, because you don't want to struggle with when it comes to fuel, because that's going to be providing a ton of power. So if you want nice clean power, just oversupply at least a little bit. Like it doesn't have to be a lot, just a smidge. As long as you can oversupply, you should be good. So not a precise answer, but I hope that kind of helps you just at least figure out more or less what you want to do. That's what I would do. Packaging plus unpackaging, best fluid buffer. It is actually, because you can regulate it a hell of a lot more because you're working with exact quantities. So yes, it will definitely help making sure that you've got enough all around, because you can easily spot how much you're using, how much is coming in, how much is going out, and adjusting is also quite simple. You just add more to the line, and if the line gets over full or saturated, you just add another line. And Bob's your uncle. Let's try and get this one a little better. That's a little bit wonky. Oh, this one needs to go back more. I keep knocking my mouse, that's why I keep looking down. going to do this one like that. Ditch that one, and then just copy this guy down. There we go. That's alright. It's 10k crude oil. Game contains 12.6. I've done the remaining 2.6 normal fuel, so I can use that to power to get 10k once I push start. Okay, yeah. Sounds like you got everything sorted on that side. Now it's just a matter of getting it all online and making sure that everything is everything that needs anticipated is anticipated for. Trying to get this one as close as I can. This one's being a little tricky. You can do it! No, I can't, apparently. You know what? I'll leave that. If it bothers me later, then I'll come back and double check and make sure that it's all good. Right, so let's just kill this light leak as well again. And then, you know what, let's wrap this around.
A new follower emerged.
King_Guava just followed.
King Guava, welcome to the stream. Glad you can join us. Make yourself at home, grab a cup of coffee, and enjoy the stream. King Guava, interesting name. Waddy over on Twitch. Wonder if there's a Zoop sign mod. Most likely there is. I'm hoping there's a Zoop sign update in 1.2. That's what I'm hoping for. Then we don't need no mod. That's like the like, if Coffee Stain comes to me and says, "Listen, Jakes, you can have one thing. What would you like?" Zoop signs. Give me Zoop signs. That's what I want. That's what I need. Give it to me now. Did we make this too wide? Whoops. Nobody saw that. Avert your eyes. We done messed up a little bit here. Luckily it's very much out of sight. So I'm just gonna have to do this. And we're trying to conserve item counts, and here I'm duplicating everything. Or doubling them up. Okay, so as far as this thing goes, I think this is pretty good. Catherine W, hi everybody. How's it going? Welcome back. Nice to have you back. We are trying to wrap up the train station, and we made this cool little arch that somebody suggested to me. So I think it came out quite nice. So now we can remove these guys. We don't need them no more. Maybe Zoop buildables? I think anything that should be able to be Zooped should have the option to be Zooped. I mean, they've already got the technology exists for them to be able to do that. So yeah, absolutely. Oh damn! Look how cool that looks, huh? That is nice. Okay, let's quickly finish this up here, because this section needs to go. We need to sort out all these lights and all the whatnots. Arch looks good, Catherine. I think it looks real nice. We just still need to kind of just link that up with that section, or maybe we'll do like a little, I don't know, or something. But we made this road going through here that comes up to this little parking lot here, and then from here you can go into the water packaging plant. And then we thought, well, we need to do something cool on this side because we don't need any buildings here, so we did this little arch. And yes, I think it came out quite nice. But now we need to, I want to remove as much of this foundation we don't need up here, maybe around this corner somehow. But we need to move the lights, so where Let's put the priority switch as well as the light. Maybe, well, you know what we'll do? We'll run a bunch of lights down here. We'll actually put the power switch and the priority switch in here so we can operate everything from that little area there. So let's add more lights in here. So we'll do these big ass industrial lights. And I think, you know what, let's run, I'm gonna run 2 rows here, but we're gonna dim them down quite a bit. So we might need a different or a separate controller for this one. Otherwise it's gonna be blinding. You know what, let's do it like that. I've never done it like this. Oh wow, this actually looks kind of interesting. Check that out. Oh hells yeah. I don't know why it's illuminated, there's no power. That's a bug I've seen before. That actually looks kind of cool. Oh hells yeah. I'm gonna go with that. Looks like LED strips. I do actually want to show you guys a light that I made it quite a while ago, but I've only used it every now and then. But it actually looks so damn cool. But it's more for like an indoor light. And it's quite easy to make. We'll do it over here. I'll quickly show you guys. And then let your imagination run wild while you try and figure out how you can incorporate this into your world. So we're just going to do like a little section. So put down a beam. Paint this whatever dark color you want. Then you grab... Actually, hold on. Let's turn this one 45. So turn that bad boy 45. Then on this 45 angle, you go and grab one of these guys. You put this one down, like that, and like that, and like that, and then obviously further on as you need it. But then what you do is, you now put the same beam down, but make sure it evenly overlaps there. Now you've got this really cool looking kind of like strip light going down. And if you do this indoors, you can kind of like wrap it all the way around on the inside. It looks really, really nice. And then and the easiest thing is turn this into a blueprint and just slap it wherever you need it. Try that one on for size. Right, we need to just quickly do this on the other side as well. I kind of like the fact that it's inlaid in here. It looks really nice. Okay, let's make sure it's in the middle of this road. There we go. And it's going to go up to there, and you just line it up with that guy. Okay, and we're good. Okay, that looks kind of interesting. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, but we still need to hook this guy up though. You know what? What I'm gonna do is, in fact, I'm actually gonna do this. We're gonna block off the center point here. Just gonna daisy chain this. Yep. And we'll just quickly do this side as well. On this one. No, wait, what am I doing wrong here? Hold on a second. This is not right. This one needs to go to that one. That one. That one. That one. There we go. Alright, then we need to hide the cable because that cable looks a little... doesn't look too good. You're probably gonna need something thicker than this. So usually what I do is I use this I use the metal beam, or metal pillar rather, and then you just cover up that entire light and the wire so it looks nice and neat. So basically like that. Probably gonna have to delete this one just to hook it up. Oh, okay, hold on, we need to go down one. There we go. And the whole idea is just to hide that wire, and then you also lessen the light a little bit because this this industrial light is quite close to the road, so it's going to illuminate it quite a bit. So you're just going to do like that. Also just gives the light a little bit more dimension because the different light differences. There we go. And just gonna frame it off on the side as well. Okay. So you kind of get like that oh, let's get rid of that one. You get this kind of like box vibe to it, which then hides all the cabling and everything and just makes it look nice and neat. Which is very much what we're going for. Eccentric over on YouTube. I sent something to showcase the modular calculation for the entire world. I'll have a look at that once I'm done with the stream. Should be interesting. Let's just do the center bit here. There we go. Whoops. I think this train station is coming along nicely. Oh, hello. Yeah, that looks nice. I like it. It's a fairly simplistic set and straightforward. Yeah. Why can't you change concrete color pillars? You can change them to kind of like the primary colors. Like, obviously like the white that I used in the Spire Coast. But it doesn't work for all colors though, which is extremely sad. But this is also only for PC. So if you place down a concrete pillar, and let's say you want to go with black. Alright, okay, let's go. Hold on. Let's go.
A new follower
true
emerged.
X_Genic just followed.
Welcome, welcome. New follower over on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay here. So, if you want to paint this black, so let's say we want to do white. So I'm going to get this color out. There's the white color, and then that's supposed to be white. That ain't white. What you want to do is you want to jump into this guy. So I've got white set up here. So let's just do it like that. Make it white, but then all you need to do is add a couple of zeros there. And then I'm just going to do this one as well. Add a couple of zeros in there, and now you go white. And you can do the opposite as well. And make these guys all black. Just gonna copy that over, and then I think you have to do -100 here. If I remember correctly, I don't usually do the black ones. No, that's incorrect. I know you can do it. I'm just not sure. It's probably both. -100. -100, and again -100. Select that. There we go. Boom. You can do it with like green, blue, red, yellow, all like the primary colors, but not anything fancy. Yeah, I know the Mark 6 spells you can actually. I haven't unlocked Mark 6 yet, but yeah, you can do some crazy stuff with Mark 6 spells. Anyways. Okay, so we got the arch going, we got the road. Oh, we need to hook these up because I don't know why they got power, but they do. We'll Let's just do that for now. Then we need to reroute that light control panel as well as the... Come on. Grab it. Failing horribly. Let's go over here. We'll do this kind of like double wall thing. I'll just chuck it in on the top side. Go from there. There we go. Right, so we want the light control panel in here, as along with the power control panel. Wait, why am I stuck here? It's a height difference. Oh wait, let's quickly fix this. There we go. Easy fix. Right, so this is a kind of like a temporary section while we're still building the other stuff out. But I think we can probably put... You know, let's put the power control like right there, and the light control right there. And what I've got like this little blueprint I set up for exactly this scenario. So as you can see there, it's got power units at the bottom and the top. And the idea is that this one goes onto a 1 meter floor, and you can kind of just poke it through and then connect power at the bottom. But what we're going to do is we're going to do this slightly different. We're going to put it here. And you want it about that height, but because there's pillars at the bottom, whoop, I placed it down twice. So we're just gonna have to do some little magic over there, fix that. And then for this one, I'm gonna use the same one, but you can actually, and I didn't know this for quite a while, you can turn this unit into a light unit by just going over here, going to organization, light control, hold control. Oh no, I 100% lied to you. you can change it from a power switch to priority switch if you like by just kind of placing it over it. But to make this one a light one, we're actually going to have to remove it and place the light one in here. So just kind of substitute it basically. And you want it over there. And you even got like these things. So usually what I do is if I make this a light one, I change this to just like the little sign there, and make this blue just because we can, and why not? Yeah, because that's not a power thing, that's a light thing. There we go. Just hook these guys up. So all your cables are underneath and it's nice and neat. But for this one, we're gonna have to remove these guys, and I'll bring the power out, and then I'll place them back in there. And at least everything looks nice and neat. There we go. Perfect. And same story over here. Alright, so usually what I do is I've got A is going to be the main power coming in, and then B is going to be the power going out to the factory. Katrine over on YouTube, that bright won't work on the walls for me. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. It works on pillars, it doesn't work on everything. If you want bright white walls, so like these walls, it won't work on these. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to swap those out for these, which, yeah, I don't like them either. So the normal walls. But they're okay, they can work. Something else you guys can do, if you want walls and you want to be able to paint them whatever color you want, and this is something I recently saw somebody else do, and I was like, damn, that just makes so much sense. So let's say you've got, let's jump out of here quickly. So normally what you would do is, if you want walls, so like not like interior walls, almost, I suppose any wall really, got your thing set up there, and then you want to make it look interesting, so you place down, let's say, a pillar down here. Just kind of frame the wall with the pillar. And there you go. So, but now the thing is, most people don't like this kind of like pattern of this wall here. And if you paint it, it also doesn't go like, this is supposed to be black and now it's supposed to be orange, but it's like orange-ish, not really orange. Something you can do, and this is something I'll be doing going forward, and I've actually done it in my one build, is use beams as your walls. And just interlay them like this. So it gives you like a nice little, it's going to give you a bit more of a textured look. You can even, if you want to be fancy, you can do walls going at an angle. across and just kind of build them up. And then obviously these guys you can paint as much as you like. And then use them as walls. Try that on for size and see how you feel about that. That works pretty good. That's definitely something I will try because it gives you more flexibility. Anyways, coming back to what we're doing here. We've got the main power coming into A. And then the power that's going to be regulated, so it's going to come from B, the right hand side. So I'm going to chuck this one into that one. And then this light needs to go to where these guys are. So to power, what I usually do for power, for cable management, is I just kind of slip that straight in there. Katrina, that looks good. Thanks for that idea. Yeah, you know what? We're not that far off. I want to show you an actual example of it. It's in my phase 4 building. And it's that big building sitting at the back. Let's just quickly... Actually, I do want to show you guys a working example of it. Take us a minute to get there. PlayStation is coming along, slowly and surely. So there in the back there in the Dune Desert, that's for all my Phase 4 Space Elevator items. It's all the supporting buildings, including all of the parts being made at the very, very top. And the 2 bottom floors for the production area, I actually used the interiors, all pillars for walls. I think you guys might appreciate that because it is something a little bit new. I haven't thought of doing that before until I saw somebody else doing it. So that's my Phase 4 area. Quite a cool little area actually. Alright, let's just stop over here. Come on, stop. So all the interior walls here are beams. Let's give this elevator a minute. There we go. I thought it might be quite high. It's actually not that high. I think the second stop is the production floor. Oh, no. Nope, we need to go one down. No, I don't want to do that. Oh shit, sorry, I missed it. I want to do that one. Come on. Go down, you bastard. I'm just smashing this button. There we go, you can see it. So these are all beams. Whoops. And then obviously changing the color on these are going to be dead simple. You just kind of go over it. And it works quite well because you can then literally do any color you want. So yeah. Is that what you do with your elevator buttons? Just smash the hell out of it. So yeah, using these guys for walls actually works quite well. Works really nice. So we'll actually, you know what? Let's go to the top floor and show you guys something, and then we'll head back to work. We're going to take a little tea break. Why do I have yellow lights over there? Might have to come back and check this one out quickly. It might be that the storage units are full because I know... Let me just quickly check something here. Adaptive controllers. Okay, I'm not gonna troubleshoot that now. That's why everything is standing still here, because we're missing something. And all of these production chains, they kind of like go up in complexity all the way up to the final parts up here. So if there's like a hiccup somewhere down there, it's gonna kind of like ricochet all the way through here, which it currently is. But the thing I want to show you guys is my particle reactors here, way up here. There we go. Let's do this. There we go. Three of these monsters sitting here. Now usually they're quite noisy, but because we're struggling with adaptive controllers, which maybe it's rubber. So now I had an issue with the rubber, but I'll double check this off stream. So they're still producing, but the rate is quite slow. Adaptive controllers. I think adaptive controllers are something made here. I think it's being made here. Okay, needs heavy module. I think it's going to be rubber. So the heavy module frames aren't being produced, and it's kind of clogging up the entire production line. So everything else is full. It's just the one product is missing, and it's now backing up this entire line. Okay, but like I said, let's just have a look here quickly. Yeah, rubber. I called it. Freaking rubber. There's something wrong with my rubber production. I'll have to double check that. But we're not going to do that now. Oh, another little tip before we go here is if you've got a big open floor section, break out the floor and then do the conveyor belts in an interesting way. That's also a nice little idea. That works quite well. I'm just going to be jumping out of here. And here's another example of the same idea. So that's kind of cool, because I had this open section and didn't know what to do with it. So I just, yeah, make a hole. Because that's my rubber production over there. I'm not sure why that isn't working. It is working, it just doesn't have enough rubber that it pumps out. Oh no, okay, I can see here's the problem. This water should be flowing like crazy. Okay, we're not going to troubleshoot that. In fact, I'll put it on the list. That's something we need to do. Phase, whoops. Phase 4. Rubber. Question mark. There we go. I will get to that at some point. For now, I want to prioritize the swamp build. I do like the way this rail looks. This is like the third iteration of my rail design in this world. I think this is definitely the winner. The big circles. It's kind of nice. Whee! Look at that arch. Look at that arch. It looks good. Now we need to clean up all these wires, so that's what we're busy with right now. I'm going to sort that out in a second. Alright, so we're redirecting power here quickly. So let me just see, where's our main power going to be coming in from? So when I was building this road, I had this line coming all the way along for my jetpack. In fact, you know what, we can quickly remove this as well. We don't need this anymore, or not at the moment at least. So this power line coming through here, we still need supports over there, I see now. This is our main power line coming into this area at the moment. So, Juggler, hello. How are you doing today? I am doing really good, thank you. Catherine, yes. Train lines, do they carry power around the world? They do, absolutely. This is full of power, so if you lick this, you can have a rude awakening. So I recommend not to do that. But the thing is, let me show you over here. My rail power is separate from my main grid, so I've got two power grids in my world. And the reason I do that is to get steady power to come from. So I'm going to grab power right here. I'm gonna plonk it down here, and you can see this consumption is all over the place, as well as the production is kind of like all over the place. So all my geo nodes is hooked up to this grid, and all my old coal power plants are also hooked up to this grid. So I don't want to remove my coal power plants, but they were completely redundant when I switched over to fuel. But to use them, I've kind of like placed all my trains onto this separate grid. So if you look over here, you can see this is my actual grid. And this one is rock steady going all the way through production wise. And to prevent this, so if I want to spot any issues on my line, if there's like fluctuations, I know immediately that number, that should stay constant all the time. That shouldn't deviate at all unless there's a problem. But because I also want to use the geo nodes and I want to use my coal power, I've hooked them all up onto this line. And that's why all the rail is separate. So I can't come to this station and just pull power and just power everything that's going to be in this world, because I separated my two lines. The other benefits also is if you do have to do a cold start, as in your power goes off immediately or like completely across your world, I've got my backup power grid that I can pull power from if I need to. But I hardly think that's ever going to be an issue, because if you look at my battery storage, I've got about 30,000 worth of battery storage just sitting there. So all my power plants have got battery storage as well along with them. So I've got like double redundancy here. So I've got the separate power grid for a cold start if I need it, and I also got the battery backup for about a third of the power that I need. So I have no idea how long that battery's going to last me, but it's going to last me a hell of a long time. So yeah, so that's why I can't pull, even though there is power coming from these rails, I'm not actually going to pull power from the rails to power other factories. Okay, where were we? Where's our power coming from? It's coming from this point here. So I'm going to clean up all of these. So I'm probably going to lose power every now and then. Let's just get rid of all of this. So the train stations or the train rails above me is still going to give me power. So the jetpack should still work fine. But we can get rid of all of these. So that's our main power line. And what I'll probably do is at some point I'll get big power towers to just bring the power along. But we'll use that little line for now until we get the big power towers coming in here. And by big power towers I mean these bad boys. But for now, let's just clean this all up, and then we'll hook up all the power and make sure everything is running smoothly. You haven't played with trains yet. That's something to explore in the future. Yeah, trains are great fun to utilize. And it's also just fun to see them going around your world, moving around, and just kind of doing their thing. They're quite fun to play with. I also like to use vehicles, and I try to use all of them. I try to use the vehicles, the drones, the little trucks, the big trucks, the little tractors, the drones, everything. I even want to use the carts for something a little bit smaller scale, because you can use them for transport as well. They only have one slot though, but sometimes you only need one slot. Okay, power. So let's quickly grab this one. So this is the main line, completely isolated now, and this is going to go directly into our little section over here. Let me just see which one it is. It's going to be the left hand one, I think. It's going to be A. So yeah, left hand side. So this one goes there. And for now, I'm just going to leave this cable here, but we're definitely going to clean it up at some point. Jonathan, what's your general flow when building a facility, like machine shape, a factory, outside look, interior design, all that? Okay, yeah, I kind of get that question quite a lot, and the answer is not going to satisfy you because it's kind of both. Like the question usually is, do you do machines first and then the building, or do you do the building and then the machines? It depends. If I've got a good idea for a building, like let's say we want to do this train station. Let's say I've got this shape in mind. Then I'll make the machines fit into that shape. And depending on the size, I might manipulate the amount of machines you use with power shots and things like that. Or I might just increase the build size but still keep the shape. But if I don't have an idea for an exact build that I want to do, I usually just kind of put down the machines that I need to be able to for the factory, and then I'll build something around it. And somewhere in between me building the shell and me building the machines, I kind of like come up with the idea of what to do, and then I just shape everything according to that. So it's a little bit of both, and I don't suppose that really helps you that much. But yeah, it depends really. But something I would recommend is try to use reference images to work off, and just use that as inspiration and just kind of like shape everything around that going forward. It's kind of what I'll be doing now. Okay, so we need to hook this one up with one of these. Then we get power all around. Yeah, we got yellow. These lights are, we're going to connect these lights with this little node because this is going to be all lights. So let me put it there. And there we go. We've got lights in here. We've got lights outside. Let's just make sure that they're all hooked up. So it's going to make it red. Okay, yeah, they're all hooked up to the same line. We'll keep it like that. Okay, that's good. It still seems a little dark in here. We could probably do with another bunch of lights coming down this section and probably along that section, but I'm not going to do that right now. Alright, so this cable, obviously, this is quite a bit of an eyesore. So the way that I sort this one out is go over here, grab a power node, and cancel this. Whoops. Power, grab one of these, and just kind of aim at the cable, and then from here you can kind of redirect this cable to wherever you want it to go. So let's say we want to hide it inside this wall. I'm just going to nudge this guy into the wall like that, and then you grab this one and just kind of feed it all the way through to wherever you want it to go. And there you go, cable's nice and neat now. And just to make this a little bit more realistic, I'm just going to have this point where it kind of like comes out of wherever I've placed it. So then at least you still have access to it. But yeah, that's a nice way to do it, so you can have your cables look nice and neat. Right, so we're gonna have to come back to this section once we got more production going, because then we only then we're gonna remove some of those items. Alright, so we still need support down here, and we still need support for this road, but we're gonna leave that for now, because I want to see where this road is gonna go. I don't know yet. I think all of this is fine. Okay, so the thing that we wanted to do earlier was get rid of all of this excess kind of like foundations here to see what we actually need. And to do that, we need to get rid of all of this as well. So let's just dump all of this. And then we can clean this section up because we don't need this foundation anymore. So we've got the catwalk on my left hand side. Right, and then, oh shit, something we forgot is whatever this train pushes out. So this is, let me just have a look here. This is the oil. So I'm probably gonna funnel everything to this side, and then, alright, so we kind of, I forgot about the fact that we have these in here, but we can run them along this side maybe, but for now it's okay. When we need to actually access that area, then we'll try and figure that out. We can probably, let's delete this section as well, we don't need this. And let's try and get this all nice and neat. Oh, we need to get this one to go line up. And then just to kind of like fix this little section at the bottom here, we'll do, where's the upside down ones? I think it's going to be this one. No. And then we'll just have to nudge this up. Like that. And we're going to have to neaten this little corner. Ideally, I would like this to be level. Well, in fact, actually we can make it level. No, we can't because we've got these outlets. I don't think we're going to be using them, so maybe what we can do is we can do this. I think that might actually look a little better. Oh, it's because of this one. That's why. This one down here. Let's out a little bit. And then we're going to take this all the way across. And on top as well. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Very nice. Okay, so that kind of wraps up this side. So I think this side is... we still need to do something with the roof. But I think for now this side isn't too bad. And the one thing we can do just to make this little area a little better is let's grab these. And we can put this kind of like rounded corner in here just to round it off. Put the rounded corner on the rounding off corner. Do we want... let me just think here. Actually, you know what? We'll push this out. I might want to do something on the left hand side here with foundations going all the way down. But I don't really want to come out much further to the right hand side. I think that's about the best. That's going to do for now. And then we take this 2 meter half foundation, nudge it in there, and I'm going to zip this all the way across. So the one potential issue here is that there might be Z fighting right here. So I'm just going to nudge this out a little bit, and now we need to adjust that corner on the side again. Okay. And then we're going to come out 4 on this side as well. Yeah, if you guys have any questions about anything, please let me know. I'm more than happy to try and assist, and we'll see if we can figure out an answer to any questions you guys might have. So feel free to ask if you want to. Alright, we're going to zip this across. And kind of the idea why I wanted to do this little section here is I want to see if this is going to work. Just to add a little bit of a splash of color here. Oh, we can't, so we can't paint the, this is kind of stupid, why can't we paint the quarter ones? You have to put in a full one to be able to paint it, even if you're only going to paint the half section. That's fine, not in the world. I'm going to go over here, I want to do this section. Kind of want to do this for, but to make it pop, like that. So, in fact, I actually only want it to be from there, so shall we do it like that? Hold on, we need to delete this again now, because we can't paint half ones for some reason. Let's just see what this looks like. And I just need to find the... so I think it turned a little bit, that's why we can't see it now. 5 is the shortcut keyboard. There we go. Now we got a little bit of Z fighting going on here. Okay, I think that, yeah, I think this looks kind of nice. So, I want to see if we can. Do we want to do it from there? Actually, know what I'm being trying to be too precise here now. Let's not worry about that too much. There we go. And then I think also for good measure we can also add this little guy in here. Where is it? So you don't accidentally walk off the side. And do we want to take it up to there? Eh. Actually no, yeah, I suppose you have to give it a little bit of a gap. Can I get your playlist? I would like these music while playing too. I like the music, it's kind of nice, huh? The playlist is from Epidemic Sound, so it's, as far as I understand, it is not freely available, but I do think that you can get some of these songs on YouTube. You can probably, yeah, you probably have to make your own playlist from these. What I can do is just if you can remind me on Discord and just do a post there and ask me for the playlist. What I'll do is I'll just drop the names of the I'll drop the names of the song, but I just need to go and find it. Because what I did was for OBS, I made this all. I don't like this. I made them all into one song, so we're basically listening to one hell of a long MP3, which is like 2 hours long. So it's not a playlist as like a normal playlist. No, just go into Discord and just tag me in like normal chat and just say, hey Jakes, what's the playlist? You can hit me up on Discord, in the Discord, my Discord. Yeah, I don't mind if you guys message me on Discord. I might not respond with DMs just because, yeah. But if you don't like the normal Discord, yeah, by all means. So this damn Z fighting. Also, good morning, John Smith over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is gonna bother the hell out of me. That kinda sucks. Let's see if I can, because the thing is I need to paint this white and orange to get rid of that Z fighting so the color is the same. So we'll do this custom color. Which one is it again? I need to. So the top one needs to be orange, and then the bottom one needs to be the white. There we go. Then we. Oh no! I completely messed that up. It should be the other way around. Oh damn it! There we go. Then we won't have Z fighting. Ah, perfect. But now it's not as prominent. Oh, it's okay. Okay, yeah, I think I kind of like this little danger, don't go here kind of steppy thing. John Smith over on that's YouTube. On YouTube, you lose the polished aesthetic though. You kind of do, you're right. But, I don't know, I think that Z fighting is going to bother me more than a little bit of shininess. But the black does kind of make the orange pop a hell of a lot more. Let's go do the other side and we'll come back to it and see if we would really want to pursue that angle and try and make it as good as possible. So we want to go up to about there, I think. Is that it? Oh, this guy needs to come. Oh no, I missed it. And we need a 2-meter section. So this might be Z fighting now. Let's see. No, I wouldn't trust that one. Okay, so we got this little walkway. I think we probably need to. I think the walkway is just going to come up to this section. Because I think it's going to be a little redundant to have it wrap around the front of this section as well. And we're going to have to make a little room here for this guy to go in there. And push this one over. Eccentric, did I miss your message? I did. I remember you showing the iron column build in Doc Showcase the day before yesterday. Day before yesterday? Did I do it? I didn't watch a showcase, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. The iron column build. What's the? Can you give me more details? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Let's take this. Oh, here's a nice little trick you guys might want to learn. So I want to take this one to go straight down. So if you put it down here and you nudge it up, if you're lucky, you might get those corners to match up. And like here, we don't. But if you want those corners to match up and you just want to take this one down, the best way that I found is, again, grab your beam, chuck it on that side, on that edge, but then you switch over to, hold on a second, sorry I messed this up. Put it down there, and then you switch over to diagonal or default. And I think, let's just see which one it is. Yeah, diagonal will give you a straight down angle. And then you can just put the beam on top of it, nudge it down, and you get a perfect angle, and it's going to go straight down. See there? So, in case you were wondering, that's how you do like that little section there. Anyways, so I think we can leave that like that. That's going to be fine. We've got a little bit of a gap here. Maybe, you know what? I'll just put a little pillar down here because the foundation is going to clip through. There. Actually, you know what? No. Let's do just like a little supporting thing, just like this little metal beam, just to fill the gap. Does that make your brain happy? Oh, I'm glad I could help. It makes my brain happy. Autosave. There we go. The Iron Tower wants the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't even know they had one of my things on their showcase. Because I know they do like a monthly showcase. Okay, so what was the question? Eccentric. I remember you showing the iron column before the day before yesterday. Okay, what was the question about that though? Oh, sorry, can you just type the question again? Because I now know what you're talking about. Apologies. I can show you guys the iron tower, but I know what you're referring to, but I don't see the question. What did we do on the other side? Did we just, I think we just kind of cut this off right here. I think that's what we did. Yeah, we just did that. Yeah, and I know what you're referring to, but what's the question in regards to that? Like, do you want to know what it does, how it works? Do you want to see what it looks like? What's the question in relation to the iron tower that does 1,000? Like, what would you like to know? Oh wait, we don't have power yet. Oh, that's because... Yeah, okay, let's quickly fix this because I need to get all these lights powered up as well. So we can... Oh wait, hold on. We can just grab it from this little node. And we're going to hook it up directly to this light switcher at the bottom. And then we'll just reroute the cable so it looks nice. Okay, we'll do it like that. Then let's grab this cable, make it look nice. Okay, I want to know how it works. But yeah, that was pretty cool. How do you get the fresh ideas about building designs and color schemes? Because I see you're always ready with something new. Yeah, the one thing that I do try to do, talking about color schemes and all that kind of thing, is I try to, once I find something that works, I'll use it a couple of times, but then I'll actively try and find, I'll actively change it to make it look, to make a new design, and either a new design, to make the color look new, different. And the reason I do that is just to keep it fresh and to keep it interesting, and just to kind of keep practicing getting out of my comfort zone. Because when it comes to the design work, I think once you get into a groove of something that works and you just kind of stick to that, you'll get really good at that, but you'll only get good at only that one thing. And then at some point, if you get really good at one thing and you do that over and over, you're going to get to a point where you get kind of like diminishing returns from a creator point of view. In other words, what I mean is, if you're really good at baking chocolate cake, for instance, you can focus on baking chocolate cakes and you can really hone your craft and you can become an expert at it. But you're going to spend, say, 100 hours refining your chocolate cake recipe to the point where you can become 5 or 10% better. But if you focus on doing something completely different when it comes to baking, you'll be able to make the chocolate cake really well, and you'll be able to do a whole bunch of other stuff. And if you continue doing that, you'll kind of like broaden your skill base overall instead of just focusing on one specific item. So it's a very long way of saying just don't get stagnant, just keep on exploring and keep on doing new things, keep on experimenting. So what he is referring to, and I can build it here, but I don't want because it's quite a beefy blueprint, but I can show it without building it if I have it here. I think they've got it. Should be here. Modular blueprints. So is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, I'll show you guys quickly what it looks like in the blueprint form, but I'm not going to build it because it's, like I said, it's quite chunky and I don't even have the resources for it. So this is building the Mark III blueprint. It's building the Mark III blueprint maker, but I build, so when I design these kind of ones, I do that in the creative world just so I don't have to worry about loading and saving, because on this world load and saves take quite a while to do. So I'll make these kind of things and I'll play around in there and just like listening to music or watching a series or something, and on the side, and I just kind of like toy with these until I get them right. But basically all this is, if you break it down to its fundamentals, it's actually not that difficult to make, because I've got one refinery on that side and I've got one refinery on that side, and they just go up to this section right here. And for the blueprints to, I don't have power down here, that's why I keep falling. For the blueprints, we can actually move this up. For blueprints to connect conveyor belts, it has to be level. So if you want to place, so this is the base one. This one obviously you put on the ground, and then if you go to the mid section, this section gets placed on top of that one. No, sorry, that's for copper. Sorry guys, give me a second. Let me just, here we go. So this section gets placed on the previous section. And for them to all be able to connect, you just need to kind of figure out how to connect them. So what I do usually is, I'll place the refineries that I need, or whatever machine I need, I'll place them in first. And I'll just get the entire concept to work. So once the concept works, then you can kind of like flesh it out. Because if you're not sure if this is going to work, the concept, then what's the point of fleshing it out with like details? So this entire blueprint was initially just a floating refinery with conveyor belts and stuff going up. And then I placed another bunch of floating refineries, which is a blueprint on top of those, and then see how can I connect these so they auto connect. And this is like kind of like what I figured out after a while, is you have to have this little flat section to connect to it. So you'll see there's like a little connection point, and if we go down here, you can see that's the other connection point. So you just have to play around with these until you kind of figure it out. And once you understand how they work, then you can manipulate it to your heart's content, and you can make these kind of stackable refineries. And then if you stack, you do a base, a mid, and a roof. And then once you stack them all together, all the pipes, all the conveyor belts auto connect. You just need to feed ore in the bottom, you need to feed water to it, and just hook it up with electricity, just kind of like connect each floor. And then you can build 1,000 ingot factory in like literally, I think like 2 minutes. Anyways, sorry, let me catch up on chat quickly. Right, Exchange, I think I answered your question now. Special meat. Basically, the more you do something, the less you get out of it over time. Yeah, diminishing returns. So if you keep learning to do one thing, you'll get really good at it. But at some point, you're gonna have to spend 5 hours to gain like a small percentage of skill in it, or like maybe you'll spend like 5 years to gain a small percentage of skills. Wherefore, if you learn something new, you'll learn it really fast up to the point where you start getting diminishing returns again. That gives me 20k plus views minimum on my edits. And then we've got Say Gaming or Say Game VN84. Building infrastructure and facilitating logistics are way more complicated than just making a system work. Yes, but it's also fun. The challenge is where the fun is. Okay, let me just make sure that we've got lights because we were kind of like, yeah, okay, we got our lights working. So let's get that little section that we were busy with on the other side just across here, and then I think we are pretty much done with this train station, so we can actually move on to the next production building, which I'm looking forward to quite a bit. Because then we also have to expand our infrastructure to accommodate that, but we first need to figure out what the hell are we going to do and how. So we'll put this little guy here. And as we saw earlier, we have to do full ones, so we'll grab this one and we'll zip this guy out. Come on, we hit. There we go. And ideally, I was thinking now, ideally I would want to have some access from the bottom, from the road to the railway. So we might somewhere just get like steps going up so we can connect that to this without having to use a jetpack. So we'll do this guy. And I'll also have to come back and just paint it again. Appreciate your creativity. That's great. Yeah, if I didn't explain that well, we actually just passed that building earlier when we had a look at the phase 4 one. So if you guys want to, we can take a break in a bit to just kind of check that building out, the actual one that I placed in this world. I can show you what the copper one looks like as well, because it's the same idea, just a different design. And I've got a third one actually that we're going to put up here that I've made already. That's also going to be copper. But I still need to figure out where we're going to place it. Okay, so the one thing I do want to do is, like I said, I want to connect this to maybe over here, because we've got a kind of like a dedicated car park right here. So I think that would make sense to try and, yeah, to try and maybe to connect it over there somehow. Let's just do a quick little test. And then we're going to go steps all the way down. Do we... Sorry, I'm just... let me just think about it. So I don't want to go down too far. I want to try and keep it close to this like roof section. I also want to make sure that you can actually walk here. Yeah, we keep forgetting this. Whoa, what? Oh, I've still got the animation on. I was like, what the hell? Why is it so short? Oh, we can just do this reset. So, okay, so we got enough clearance there. I think that's fine. And we can just do like this one going down. And we'll go across to somewhere here. First time chatter, this looks way too good to be located in the swamp, true. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry. Let me try and get that name. Lega Logan. So Lega Logan. Lega Logan? Logan like in the Wolverine Logan? Okay, interesting name. Well, yeah, it's kind of... We do want to make things pretty because we like it like that. You know what let's do this, because I kind of want to connect it up here. This one's going to go like that. And then we're going to go up from here. And then this will be our joining point for the other stairs. Okay, so actually this is not, I can show you guys, this is a nice little trick again when it comes to using these guys. So you can see obviously they're not lining up, and to get them to line up you need a straight section at any point. So let's try and get these to line up nicely. And the thing that you want to do is, actually we're going to keep this one here. We'll grab this one. And you can see it's obviously just too high. But that's fine. Because we're going to mini nudge it to there. Let's see if we can get this closer. So this is going to be, actually it's going to be slightly off, unfortunately. I would like to see if we can get a seamless joint, but it doesn't look like we're going to be lucky today. Because if you take this guy and you put him there, you can see this is what we're struggling with. So whilst this isn't too bad, ideally we'd want this to be better. So let's try this quickly. So one way to kind of cheese it a little bit is, what I did was just do it like this. So whoa. Now does he actually, oh there we go. So what I did was I just figured out, I tried to see what's the length between, I want this to be 4 meters exactly, because this staircase is 4 meters in length. So it's the same distance between that point and that point for the stairs. And once you get that one, then you can kind of line it up like that. So I think that's pretty damn close enough for us to kind of like be like, that's good enough. All right, so appreciate you, that's great. How did the V frame along the freight platforms? I missed that when you build it. You're talking about that there, or what? Which V section? The stairs, or like kind of like this maybe? The V frame along the freight platforms. The V frame? Which frame are you referring to? You're being way too cryptic, Eccentric. The side view. This. That section. Like the side view, you mean. Oh, this is easy. This is just ramps. It's just these guys. You grab that one, place it down. Grab the other one, place it down. And then you just kind of play with it a little bit. And you can do like that. And that. There you go. See? Easy. Then all I did was grab the beam. No, that's wrong. Let's go to the right hotbar. Grab the beam, put it over there. And kind of like just make sure you line it up. Then I grab this little pillar there, and this is 45. That's why it doesn't want to nudge up. Just like that. See, that's pretty much exactly the same. Then make it into a blueprint and save yourself a lot of trouble. Okay, so we just need a little bit of support right there, because otherwise this thing might cave in when Coffee Stain goes to 1.2 and they add gravity to this world. That's not a thing, by the way. I'm just joking. But we can do, let's try and do like a little bit of a support system here, just to make this this railway, or this kind of like catwalk, a little bit more believable. And then what we'll do is we'll paint this white as well, and it should look interesting. So this is what I do with a lot of my builds. I try to kind of keep it realistic, and that gives me a lot of guidance as to what should I do next and what should I build. And just thinking it from kind of like a practical point of view, it really helps just to shape things a little bit easier. I also like to do this with the H-beams, is you just place one, turn it 90 degrees and place another one. And it gives a nice little effect. And then the added bonus is you can then paint the one and give it a little bit more dimension. Alright, so let's just quickly do this little bottom section here. I want to do the shelf one. Autosave, don't kill me. There we go. For the last few weeks I forgot that you Have concrete walls. Thanks for the reminding. Oh my god, I was going. Oh my god, I was going to be so mad. Like what? Did I miss something? Crank! Gravity! What? Oh, by the gravity thing, yeah. I know my world's gonna be fine. If they add structural integrity to the game, I'm gonna be fine. My shit's gonna be, my shit's gonna be good. Alright, so this, I think this train station is done, guys. Hell's yeah. It's looking good. I'm gonna fall because I don't have power. Yeah, train stations, I think it's pretty much done. There's obviously a whole lot more we could do, but I think let's move on to the other projects and we can kind of take it from there. I thought it was serious about adding structural integrity. No, I'm just joking. No, they're not gonna. They're never gonna do that. No, I think the game would become a little bit too hardcore, too sweaty, if you're gonna add structural integrity to this as well. All right, hold on a second. We need to quickly do this. I will be screwed. floating platforms and whatnot, eh, Frank? All right, let's just sort this out because this is kind of ugly, and then we need to get power to that section there, and I think then we're done. So I'm just going to do like a little frame to go around so we can have something to get the power to attach to. So we're going to do the same thing. We get these little H-beams. Now that will be a hell of a departure from the norm if they add building integrity to this game. I think it might actually, yeah, that might be their downfall if they do that. So kind of do like these little frames, little boxes going around. 1.3 structural integrity update coming out April 1st. That's a good one. That's excellent. You should pitch that idea to them. Ooh, come on. So the reason I'm building this little box here is because I want to do another one there, but I just want them to kind of match. So do this. So that looks kind of like it's supposed to be there. And then we're just going to paint these sections. And I just need to fill that little gap there. Jakes, what do you do for a living? I am a videographer and a video editor. And I'm trying to do this full time, which I probably will eventually. But yeah, I'm a videographer. That little piece doesn't want to fit in there. Which is why I've got a little bit of free time on my hands when I don't have any active projects, which allows me to do all of these. Okay, so we're going to do the same on this section below. Would you take custom music to your video if it was good for time lapse? No, I would not, and not for the reason you think. It's all about licensing. So for licensing purposes, I will not take any music unless there is a proper licensing for it, commercial license for it. Otherwise, you're just going to get, it's going to bite you in the ass along the road, like 2 years from now, or 5 years from now, or whatever the case might be. So using any unlicensed, proper licensed music is a big no-no. Even if it's fine now, like if you don't have a commercial license for it, it does not guarantee that it will be fine in the future. Because like let's say somebody gives you a song and be like, oh, I made this song, you can use it. And you're like, okay, great, I'll use it. Then you put it in your video, then it's there on the internet forever. And then at some point, this guy, for instance, sells his entire library of music to some sort of record, or what do you call those places? A record company, and they license all that music, even the ones that was done like in the early stages. Like especially if it's going to be somebody that becomes really big in the music industry. Like if you imagine like an old, very old Elvis song that somehow gets discovered by somebody, whoever has the licensing for that music is going to make a ton of money. And then whatever was said doesn't matter. It's about what has been licensed and what hasn't been licensed. So new. Geez, I'm a college student doing my graduation. I do freelancing for game edits, so yep, heavy FX work. Also, I'm an editor and a gamer by hobby since childhood. Nice to meet you, Mr. Editor. Yes, sir, I've been doing videography for more than 10 years now. And editing obviously goes kind of hand in hand with that. Right, so I still want to add a little piece right there, but this little bastard is it's not playing ball. See, he heard me. He heard me. He heard me. We got a question about pipe logistics. Give me a second. I'll give you my full. Okay, so the reason we wanted to build this little box here is so we can do this, and this is gonna look nice. Oh, damn it. There we go. So let's see, are we gonna, shall we just do it like this? And this guy's gonna go straight into here. And then from here we're just gonna attach it to any one of these. Doesn't matter which one. There we go. So now we got power to our pumps. And we just need to pull power from here all the way to there as well. Okay. Question. Excuse me. I have a question about your pipe logistics. Do you color code your pipes to mark the contents, or do you paint them to match the aesthetics of your build? And how do you remember what's in them? I paint them according to what's in the pipe, and that's done both to. Hold on a second. You know, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a few of these. So let's quickly put down a blueprint maker here. And just build like a little box again. I'll answer your question in a second, just give me a moment. There we go. So I paint them according to what it is. So if there's nitrous gas in there, it's going to be that. If there is going to be fuel in it, I'll probably do this color. And if it's crude, I usually go with the standard one. So if it's going to be crude oil, it's going to be that one. But then I'll also sometimes just change the colors a little bit. So this is a custom color for these pipes. And I usually go for something a little bit more muted, because usually the colors that you have in here is quite bright. Like this blue, if you look at that blue, that's quite a bright blue. I like the more muted color. I just think it's a little bit more realistic. Yeah, that's what I do. When you get along the content, and if you're making realistic individual builds, it goes along aesthetics most of the time. But if you're futuristic and a bit more themed, I suppose, yeah. You always do criterion for fuel. Yeah, that could work as well. I mean, it depends really. It's really up to you what you want to do when it comes to like pipe colors. Some people just like to paint it all gold, and that's valid. And then obviously, like me, I like to paint it according to what it is, which just makes, in general, like troubleshooting all that kind of things, just make all of that a little bit easier. So I'm just going to quickly build one of these frames so I can place them anywhere on these pipes so we can run the power along to it. And I just quickly want to check what's the length here. 12 meters. Okay. First time chatter over on Twitch. FPSN. Okay, I love this game, but I play this on PS5, and in PlayStation it's I have to say I have so many problems in saving. Every second save Satisfactory crashes on PlayStation. That seems to be a bit of a problem. I would think PlayStation wouldn't really have a problem saving because you guys are obviously playing vanilla. I have no idea. Like, I would love to give you advice, but when it comes to PlayStation, no idea. Oh, we're getting rated by RTTV with rating with a party of 32. Welcome, everybody. If you guys are Satisfactory players, we are currently playing Satisfactory. And we are in the foggy and very, very dark swamp. So, welcome, everybody. RTTV, hey, welcome to you. Like I said, we are currently in the swamp, busy getting ready to build not a massive, but a substantial rocket fuel plant here for power generation. And dark swamp is really magic. Dark swamp is actually kind of nice. Let's get the HUD off, and it looks all spooky. Like, I want to rip out a shotgun and shoot a zombie in the face. If only that was a thing. I do have a couple of spiders every now and then that we say hi to. And I've got this little explosive guy for them. And we have a Mr. Hog that runs around here. But
RT_TV just followed.
RT, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, my man. And I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. So, like I said, we are currently busy building this train station, which we kind of wrapped up. And I'm just putting power to my pumps over here. And to do that, I'm going to build this little box so I can place it all around my curvy and snaky little pipes we've got going there. Oh yeah, I wanted to check what the height is of this little box that I built here. And let's have a quick look. I think it's going to be, what, 5 meters, 4 meters? 5 meters. We'll do 5 meters. I follow you on YouTube. It's a pleasure to follow you on Twitch as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support across the board. I'll definitely be checking out your stuff as well. I'm always looking for Satisfactory guys that kind of know the business. It's always nice to see other creators and what they do and how they approach it. Your train station looks like a Halo map. Lol, love it. Awesome. I'm gonna say that was the intent, although no, it was just a happy little coincidence. But yeah, Archie, thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for the follow, and feel free to stick around. If you have to bounce, then thanks for the raid, thanks for popping in. Otherwise, feel free to hang around if you want to. And welcome to all the raiders. If you guys have any questions, any comments, please feel free. If there's anything I can help with, I'll be more than happy to try. Alright, so we've got this little box going now. So we're going to do the same as we did before. We're going to have the one side be like a little metal color. And we're going to save this template. Slap it over the pipes over there. Route our power accordingly. Let's try. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And then we can move on to our actual build that we want to do somewhere over there. So let's just do this. And we'll see if this is going to be good enough. Okay, let's just make sure that we've got... Yeah, I think this is going to work. Put it over there. So that's the idea behind this little boxy. We were gonna do a walkway all the way here, but I think that might be a little unnecessary. Okay, let's grab this guy again. You know what? Let's get these corners nice and neat, and we'll try and do like this little beam connector thingy. Slap that on there, and we'll do this one and that one. Oh, sorry, I knocked the mouse. You know what, let's actually make... let's save ourselves a little trouble and make this part of the blueprint so we don't have to keep doing this over and over, because I think I'm probably going to place this another 2 or 3 times. And then we can route the power, and then as soon as this is done, I'll quickly catch up on chat. Save this bad boy. Nice. Alright, I'm just going to yoink it from this one. And we could probably add another one over there, but let's quickly do one here. No, don't snap to that blueprint. So we'll see if we can use these little supports to try and line it up. I think that should do it. It does look a little... Oh, it's quite a bit skew actually. How can I line this up? You know what, let's try the beam trick again. See if this is going to work. I'll go to free mode and just kind of eyeball it. Ah, there we go, that should do it. So we can snap to the beam and we should be lined up. Hell's yeah, there we go. Nudge that bad boy up. So the only purpose for this little box is so we can get the power to kind of just snap to something that gives it like a little bit more of a realistic approach, have some sort of structure around it. And then we can go from this one straight into there. Just gonna mini nudge it over to the side, bring it through. And like I said, we might need one or two more of these. Oh, that's not going to work at all. Just so we don't have this cable kind of like going every which way. We'll try and see if we can do what solution we can get for that. So I don't want to add 15 of these little boxes. That's not going to make any sense. Would be cool if the pipes and belts can transfer power. I think you might try and get it too easy now. That was part of a different little node before. I think we'll just snap into that one. Right, so pumps are working now. The one thing I don't like is this damn cable going all the way around. And this is, it's okay-ish. Let's try, hold on, let's try and just do like one over here. I'm gonna, let me see if I can line it up a little bit. There we go, that should do it. We'll put this on there. I can actually see the pipes are a little bit squished in here because the box looks a bit too big now. And then just to cut into this wire, I showed you guys earlier. Just get a little, whoops, autosave. Get this little node, slap it on the cable, and we're just going to do that. Come on, snap to it. And I think if we do one more box, you know what? Let's leave it like this. This is fine. There we go. I think that's fine. All right, comments. Let's see. Okay, so we got eccentric again. Hear me out, Jakes. If you make a good-looking world, even if it isn't realistic, but stunning enough, then you're gonna showcase my world. Hey man, if your world is up to scratch, I'll showcase it. Just go to Discord, lock a ticket there, and we can take it from there. I think it would be balanced if they transfer power only at higher marks. What I would like, actually, and this is probably going to be controversial, unpopular opinion, like I say, I want all belts to require power. So that if you've got 10,000 kilometers of belts in your world, you should have enough power to power all of those. That just gives us more reason to have power out in the world, because people tend to build like these massive power plants, and then you've got like 100,000 watts extra that you don't need in your world, and having belts that need power, I think can eat up that excess. That'll be good. Alright, so we are good to go now. So our packaging plant is working. Train station is complete. Power, actually we can cross this off on our list. Forgot about that on the list here. So done. We need to, this is done because we figured out what the problem was, so we can delete that. The phase 4 rubber thing we checked out earlier. So I think now would be a good time to go on a little tour, and we can kind of show all the new people who joined in what this place looks like, and I can show you guys what that stackable blueprinted tower looks like. Alright, we'll go on a little tour. So just a little background for the newer guys that joined us. And I am on the completely wrong track here. Hold on, I'm going to cause some trouble here. Let me just switch this guy over. Otherwise we are 100% going to have a collision. So this world is built, I've got about 1,000 hours now in this world. Actually 1,200 maybe. A lot of it is spent making YouTube videos, so that's why it's closer to 1,000 hours than actual 1,200 hours. And I've got essentially 3 hubs. We've got the Rocky Desert at the back where you can see the space elevator. We've got the Spire Coast, which is like our phase 3 mostly, phase 4-ish built. And then we've got all the final phase 4 stuff was built over there in the Rocky Desert, which is where we're going to go now. And I like to build realistic builds, so no floaty platforms, things need to be believable basically. That's our phase 4 assembly tower, with all of our phase 4 parts being made there, and all the buildings around it obviously is supporting that fact. And the one building we had a question about earlier was those 2 sticking out on the left hand side behind the little square box we've got in front of us. Okay, let's stop over here. And I always like to show off this crane as well, because for those who frequent Reddit, if you've heard about crane wars in the Reddit from our notorious Doug, who posts a lot. Stop, you bastard! This crane started the crane wars. And this one is a fully modular crane, so you can take blueprints, you can build this as big as you like, or as small as you like. And then it's got like the little different kind of things that you can slap onto it. But the one that we had in question was this tower right here, and its little brother on the side. So this tower, this entire thing is blueprints. And you can basically build this entire tower in about 30 seconds. And then it will take you about another minute just to hook up the power from that floor to that floor, that floor to that floor, and that floor to that floor. And then on the side here, this is 500 iron ingots coming out on that side, and you've got 500 ingots coming out on that side. And the only way, all you need to do then once you hook up the power and place down the blueprints, is you need to give it ore and you need to give it water, and then from there everything's automatic. So I think, yeah, our tower is currently not producing because it's already done phase 4. That's why the ingots are quite slow, because there's no place for the ingots to go. Because it's all feeding this tower, but this tower doesn't need anything more because I think the storage is probably full. And we've got that one rubber issue that we're trying to sort out. But coming back to these towers, so the way that they work is if I go over here and show you in blueprints, you can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4 blueprints and you're done. So 500, doesn't that exceed the Mark 4 belt? It does. That's why we got Mark 5s in here. So these are all Mark 5s. And the reason why, that's why it's on Mark 6, because I haven't actually unlocked Mark 6 belt yet. Which is why I'm using Mark 4s, or sorry, 5s for all of my things. So yeah, once you place this building in, so I'll show you what the blueprint looks like. Ooh, and I think we got autosave as well as a blueprint. Yep, that's why. Okay, there we go. It's stabilized. So if I place this guy, let me just lock this in here. So this is quite a chunky blueprint. There we go. Okay, locked in now. Alright, so this is what the blueprint looks like, and you basically just take the mid one. So actually let's cancel that because it's trying my frame rate. You take this little mid section and you slap it in there, and then there's another mid section, and then there's a roof as well as a base section. And I'll quickly show you guys what it looks like. So the entire thing is meant to be traversable without jetpack, so you should be able to walk this entire thing, which is why we've got an elevator that will take us to the various floors. That's a horrible example because I didn't put the floors into that one. Let's try this one. I think I put the floors into this one. Where's the... Okay, I never put floors into these. So there's supposed to be a floor there, and there, and there. So sorry about that. We can have a quick look though. See, this is completely wrong. You know, I think I actually had to move them a little bit over. That's why I never redid the elevator. But we can quickly jump into. Let's just jump into this little section here. We'll remove the glass. So you can see if you would exit here where the floor is supposed to be. Actually, I definitely need to fix that. So all you need to do is just grab this one and go over to floor, and that's what it's supposed to be. Anyways, coming out here, you'll see you can kind of like walk around this entire thing. The ladders are meant to be accessible, so you can kind of like clamber up and down here. If you go up to the next floor, you'll kind of like get to this quote-unquote logistics floor. And when you place the blueprints, you just have to kind of look for these little signs, and you just hook that up, so that connects the one floor to the other floor. And all these water pipes, so this pipe goes all the way up, and once it goes all the way up, it then comes down and starts feeding all the machines. So all these belts just kind of like hook up, and the way that the belts hook up, so you can't do a lift and have the lift auto connect. So these blueprints are designed to auto connect, so you don't have to do anything. And the way to have the auto connect is you have to have this little flat section, so that this section can auto connect. Actually, I think that section is the one that auto connects. So you must have like this little loop in here, so this lift can connect to that lift, effectively speaking. Yeah. And then all this is basically just, we can just jump out of here. It's just going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 refineries on that side, 4 refineries on this side, and they're going to use the pure copper ingot recipe to produce the iron ingots. As you can see, these are all full because I'm not currently using the ingots. So it just pumps up water, pumps up ore, and then you get this this building here. And you can slap these down, and like you can literally build these 2 towers. If assuming you've got enough resources, you can build these 2 towers within 5 minutes, hook them up, and you're ready to go. So you've got a miner over there, we've got another miner over there, and it's going to go along this bus, the circular bus, to feed this tower. And then all of these ingots are coming out and kind of like going in here and here. So we've got another tower over here. This is the same idea, but this is a copper tower. And these are also all blueprints. So that's a blueprint, blueprint, blueprint. And you just slap these down, and you can do all of them as well in just a couple of moments. So the copper is also probably not going to be at 100% capacity because this tower is not consuming all of it anymore. So we've got... See, so these ones should be... For some reason that one isn't powered. We'll quickly go down, move over to the other tower. So I've got packaged water coming in, getting unpackaged, and then sent up to the tower. So we'll go to the top floor. So there's the water packaging plant, and this bus feeds the water to all of these ones. So all 6 towers are exactly the same, they're all duplicates. And they've got, each floor has got 2 refineries as well, and it's just using the copper ingot, or the pure copper ingot recipe to, there you can see pure copper ingot, just to do all of these copper ones. So I see I've actually got a little bit of work here because some of these machines aren't getting enough water. But they are obviously supposed to get enough water, but they are currently not. Let me see if I can squeeze out through here. And there you can see the rest of the build. So actually I need to add this to the list to see why my packaging, maybe there's a problem with the packages, why they're not getting water. But yeah, copper coming in through all these buildings into this copper powder production area. We've got iron ingots from these ones, feeding mostly these 2 buildings. And then everything is coming up through this bus that goes all the way up to here. And then once all that is done, it feeds out in the front. It goes to my central storage over here. So let's try and get to the central storage. That's like a little sneak peek about how this looks on the inside. So all the final products comes down over here. You can see some of the products being shipped down here, or kind of like bussed down here. That's I think those are the electric or magnetic motors. So they're going to come through this little bus here, and they're going to go straight into my central storage. And as a last little bonus, central storage is also fully modular. This entire thing you can also build within like less than a minute, and you can make this you can make it as long as you like, because these alright, hold on, autosave. These little mid sections you can just keep adding onto them all the way down as far as you like. And you can make this as big or as small as you like. And we can quickly jump in here and have a quick little look. There's an aluminium sheet, so you can see if it's standing still, it means the storage is full. If it's moving, it means the storage is still being filled or we're using some of it. So whenever the storage is not at capacity, it will show you that it's moving. So we've got, what's this? Cooling system, so that's obviously full as well. We're still feeding in some items in here and there. All the excess will then obviously go into a sink, and we've got dimensional depots right below it, which then feeds all these parts into the DD, and then the excess goes down all the way to the sinks here at the back. And we can probably see them sticking. Yeah, there they are. Now this whole section here in the middle, the little blank section, that's where the drones are. So these drones is also part of this blueprint. Like this entire section is just a blueprint. And you slap it in here, and then you've got a drone that can feed. They can either pull from it, or they can feed into this station here, or this central storage. All right, let's go back to the chat and quickly catch up a little bit. Okay, we covered that one. Special meat. We just had the weirdest idea for a build: a big wide river of ore belts, and a smeltery that looks like a big dam, and then a river of ingots coming out of the bottom. And you're gonna watch that all at the slideshow frame rate. Hey, you can go for it if you like. Anyway, so central storage, and then we've got our plastic and rubber being produced here. And again, no big surprise here, but this is also blueprints. So that's a blueprint, that's a blueprint, that's a blueprint, and you can slap all these things down and just feed them what they need, and they should work. But I think we've got one big issue: we don't get enough rubber to come into this building, and that's kind of like throwing off this entire chain, and all of these buildings just feed straight into this big one. And if something is missing, then obviously the entire production line kind of like grinds to a halt. And I think we've got a rubber issue, which is why I've kind of made a note here. We need to fix that rubber. Well, if you guys want to, we can go to the Spire Coast and have a look over there. Come on. There we go. So for the swamp area, we're going to be building a turbo fuel factory there, just because we're kind of like teetering on our max consumption at the moment, production and consumption. So that's our kind of like short-term goal, is just to get more power up and running. But the long-term goal is to maybe move into the red or the pink forest to do all of the remaining phase 4. Your train started along with the build-up of the BGM. What is it, BGM? Oh, let's not try and crash. We are notoriously bad at not crashing. Right, we got a couple of hiccups here. Why are these guys standing still? Background music. Oh, nice. Good timing. There we go. We'll quickly jump into this train. And then you can see we've got this main highway kind of feeding, going between the Spire Coast and the Dune Desert. And these little fuel stations here, this is rocket fuel. And this is meant to fuel all my vehicles coming up and down here. These are called PRC stations. Stands for Propulsion Redistribution Center. And we've got the little tractors coming around the backside, and they will drop off the fuel here, which then feeds this one in front. And then these guys will just pass through here. Is he gonna fuel up? No, he doesn't care. You don't care. And yeah, they'll fuel up like this. And we got a truck at the back here doing gymnastics. Nice, well done. Oh, I want to grab that train. Never mind. Let's grab. Oh, let's build one. You can see there's one of our trucks going past. I have no idea what these guys are hauling back. There's the little fuel truck, the little fuel tractor. Are you going to do nitrous rocket fuel? Watch the industries. Hey, Chandra, welcome. Actually, we can stop over here. Nitrous rocket fuel. Maybe. I don't know. I might look into that. Could be an interesting thing. Right, let's grab a vehicle and we can quickly tour the Spire Coast. Grab this little guy. Grab the Explorer to go exploring. Makes 100% sense. Oh wait, this is a little bug as well. You have to climb in and then you have to climb out and then you can access the back. No idea what that is. Alright, so up here you can see so this is the, we've got invisible barriers here. Good job, Satisfactory. We've got this little station here, and then there's a drone at the back that feeds this rocket fuel, and then the little tractors pick up the rocket fuel from there. And we've got our packaging plant over there for our main power supply at the moment, which is out in the ocean. So we've got our supercomputer factory up there, radio control units on the left hand side. Autosave. There we go. And if you want to know how to navigate these roads, you just kind of look at these little thingies over here. Green arrows show you what route you can take. The red ones, obviously, it's a no-go. So we're going to go on the green ones. So that's our packaging plant on the right hand side. And it feeds all the packaged water onto this bus right here, which we're going to be driving under. And that goes to the left. Oh, sorry, that's crude oil is being produced, or is being processed inside this factory to the left. Turns it into heavy oil residue, which then goes up here on the right hand side, which you'll see now in a moment. And this is for our diluted fuel, and diluted fuel was the only one we had available when we were trying to process fuel for burning in fuel generators. So let me just delete this sign, we don't need these anymore. So this is the diluted fuel factory that turns water and heavy oil residue into diluted fuel, then feeds it to those power stations at the back. And these are housing 72 in total power generators, plus an augmenter for each one of them. And that produces about, if I remember correctly, I think it was 87,000 megawatts, which is what's powering this entire world at the moment. And we're kind of like getting to the end of that now. End of that power supply, so that's why we need more power. Right, so we're going to scoot around this side. Got a random gas cable up here. What's up with that? I kind of like the way this building is designed. It's very cool. I think I like the way that it looks. It's nice. And obviously the white kind of fits this almost like a holiday vibe that we've got with this Spire Coast area. You can take a quick look to showcase sections of my rail track. I'll do it after the stream. It's posted in Discord. I'll have a quick look. So we've got plastic and rubber being produced on the right hand side here, and at the back there, that's our rocket fuel being produced over there. And on the left hand side, that big building up there, actually let's fly from there, that's my aluminium plant at the back there. That does all the aluminium I need. Oops, ran out of power there. This little house here on the right hand side is something you guys might appreciate. Let me just see if I can get some power somewhere. Give me power! Really? There we go. So this house is what I call an outpost. And this is when I was doing my aluminium, which is that factory over there. I use this as planning. So you got this big screen. That I didn't make this screen. This is somebody else who made this. But I'll spawn this in and I kind of like know exactly what I need for this aluminium, and it will be doing alcat sheets and aluminium casing, and then that's kind of like all the build stuff that I need. In fact, we can actually do this because this is all done. And then you can kind of like have this little outlook here, and you can see how your progress is. So whenever I do a video, I kind of like come over here and I'll tell the viewers, okay, this is what we're going to do today, and then we're going to do that, and then we move on from there. Over on Twitch, first time chatter, Heck Zugon, if I got that right. The building looks like a stator. And it does. And it also looks amazing. Thank you, appreciate that. Akins 86, hi. What are your PC specs? Your wall looks amazing, but demanding just to run. Followed. I don't have a massive NASA server PC running here next to me. My PC specs is in my about page on my Discord. Sorry, on my Twitch. So you can have a look there. I've actually got a I've got an okay graphics card and I've got like a medium-sized CPU, so nothing crazy, to be quite honest. I actually need to upgrade my CPU and RAM, but I don't want to mortgage my house just to buy RAM. So that's our main train station coming in, supplying basically everything I need for this behemoth of a factory. And we'll quickly have a look at my Rocky Desert as well. It should be interesting. Oh, and thanks for the follow. We've got a follow as well. Thank you, appreciate that. So we'll grab another train. Just download more RAM, man. Easy. Should have just done that already. I think we are on the wrong track. Yes, we are. We should be one down. So I kind of tried to challenge myself by making different tracks for each biome. And I did like, this is the stacked track, vertical stacked track for the Spire Coast. And I think it looks kind of cool. It's difficult to work with in the sense of it's difficult to get, like, especially transitioning from one track to another one makes it quite tricky to do. So I've kind of abandoned that idea. This rail that we're driving on now is my first kind of, I could say, by version 1 of the rails for this world. And the idea was to kind of like go for like a cyberpunk theme, which is what that city in the background is. It's meant to be a cyberpunk one. But I kind of moved a little bit away from that and just moved more towards more like sleek, kind of like sci-fi futuristic vibes. Not so much on the cyberpunk vibe. But you'll see when we get to that one, it's got a hell of a lot more neon in it, which is where the cyberpunk vibes kind of comes in. Alright, so we're coming up to the starting area, effectively speaking. I'm just going to try and stop here. Actually, we can go a little bit there. Mr. Bean is always inspecting the track right here. I don't know why. Mr. Bean, you gotta move, my man. Just jump, jump, jump. Ah, too late. Never mind. Oh, I'm looking at chat. I'm just gonna blame Akinas86. I'm gonna blame you for this one. Okay. We can get rid of this one, and love how you integrate the rail signs into the structure in the previous biome. I'm just 100% gonna blame chat for that. Absolutely. I'm not gonna take any responsibility. So this is the rail section. I kind of love this one because this one, as you can see, it follows the river, or this little stream. Not so much a river, but this one just kind of follows this. And this one was a pain to build. But I do like the effect. It looks really nice. It's kind of something interesting. So this track here, I call this the city loop because this one goes all the way around, circles back over there, and comes through here. This is my space elevator. It's encased in this building, which is inspired by the Scarif Tower from Rogue One. If we have any Star Wars fans in here. This is another storage unit. This is my first storage one. Alright, yo, what's up? What you doing right now? We're going on a little tour just to show people around. And then we're going to head back to the swamp any moment now. So I'll quickly show you guys what the space elevator looks like. We're just going to poke our heads in here. And this is the hub. Hells yeah. This is the hub. And if we look back here, you can kind of see the cyberpunk city. At least cyberpunk-inspired city. Yeah. Computer factory, basic tower, motor factory, phase 3 assembly building, phase 1 and 2 assembly building over there, and modular frames, and way at the back heavy modular frames, and everything to do with steel. And we've got like that's our bauxite rail, kind of like picking up bauxite at the back, smeltery for copper and iron ingots. This is a space elevator. And you can take the elevator to go all the way. In fact, let's do that now. Take the elevator to go up. There's like 3 observation decks you have. And give it a minute to come down. Whenever you're ready, you can come on down. Here we go. So we'll just go straight up to the second one. In fact, I think I need to take 2 elevators up. Yeah, I need to take 2. This one's going to go up. Mid-observation deck. And I get a nice little view of the city. So below that road is the main bus that feeds all of these. A little bit of a weird graphic glitch here. I wonder if this is to do with the experimental. Anyways. And yeah, you get a nice up close of the space elevator here as well. There we go. So we're going to have to walk around. So you can kind of exit here. You can have a look around, have a cup of coffee. And we're going to go around to this one. Oh, wait. Spam that button. And we're going to get the second elevator. Actually, while we wait for this one, we can kind of like check this out. Oh, there's that little smell tray I was talking about earlier. Kind of looks like a centipede. Oh, here we go. And we go to the top. And funny enough, this space elevator is quite tricky to build around because its headbox up here is massive. So the size of the building was more dictated about how close I can get to this thing. Because there you can see now. Bloop, bloop. Little light coming up, looks kind of cool. Wait, let's wait for another one. There we go. I still love the space elevator and the whole view in general. I thought 1.2 did not come out. Oh, sorry, I meant experimental 1.1. Watch that. My bad. Yeah, so you've got your little observation deck here, and this is probably the highest we can go. And actually, we're quite close to that little thing up there. It's not that far up. Anyways, there's the entire city. There's my first power plant over there. It's kind of like a offshore oil rig inspired power plant. And there you can see the train or the rail line going all the way around. There's like a little cave factory in there for, what was that again? That was the crystals, the quartz. That rail then goes all the way around, kind of circles back in here, and then joins up in the space elevator, and then it pops out over there. Right, let's just send it. Whee! There we go. Alright, let's head back to the swamp and we'll consult our Satisfactory modeler. Probably could have taken that train. And we'll see what we have to do next. Yeah, the 17th Tundra. Quite looking forward to that, which is why I switched over to experimental to in anticipation for that one. So we'll be streaming probably all weekend as soon as that thing comes out, because I think it's going to be on a Thursday or is it a Tuesday? This train station on the left hand side is a blueprint that I use, and I call the train station a skeleton station because it looks like a skeleton, like a rib cage. Oh, yeah, obviously. Looking around again. I don't think I can blame Chad this time, can I? What does experimental 1.1 change? I don't get it. It doesn't actually change a lot. What it does do, there's a slight change in the Unreal Engine. So for bigger worlds or more detailed worlds, like really big ones, you get a slight difference in performance. For some people it's good, for some people it's bad. But I don't know, some people say that it feels slightly better. And I think Bert's also said he's on experimental, and it didn't really change much for him. He says it feels different, but he can't exactly put his finger on what's different. So I think there's a slight engine difference at the moment for 1.1 experimental over just normal 1.1. I might be completely wrong as well. How often does this happen? It happens a hell of a lot more if I start talking to chat and trying to reply, because I'm thinking I'm fine, I'll just drive straight, or I'll just go straight to the rail, and then I just glance over at chat and I look back, and then some bastard just hit the brakes in front of me. So actually my track record at the moment is quite bad when it comes to train wrecks. I think the previous stream was 3. we're on what, 2 now? So maybe we could do another hat trick at some point. But yeah, stack rails look really nice, but like look up ahead. If I want to switch from the one track to the other one, if it's like side by side, it's quite easy. But with these ones, it's actually quite tricky to go to the other side. Not what? I don't want to go there. I pressed the button. Track record, good one. Thank you. That was intentional. Go away. Oh, that's my coal station. They pulls coal from that section over there. Oh, damn it. Here we go. Fly up. Oh, grab this guy. Got him. Last year I built my 5070 before. Just see where this guy's going. Oh, this guy is going to steal, so we'll just jump off it. I was having an office box with Intel HU struggling for 4 to 5 years, so yeah, I don't think I would have any problem with any world in Satisfactory. Nice. Now if you hold space and reverse at the same time, you'll stop faster. Oh yeah? I have to try that. Does it actually stop faster? Does it like brakes and handbrake at the same time? You can test it. We're wasting daylight. We need to get building. Alright, so we'll open up Satisfactory Modeler in a second and see what we're going to do. So Chandra, you say spacebar and reverse at the same time. Okay, we'll try that. Spacebar and reverse. Yeah, I think so. I think that might be a little faster. Okay, so let's just get to the other side of these train stations and we'll quickly have a look at what we're gonna do and where we're gonna do it. Okay, so obviously the next building is gonna be around about there somewhere. Let's just get an idea of what we're gonna do. Holy progress, haha. Yeah, we've made some. So we've got this is all set up. Actually, let's quickly delete this. We don't need this anymore. Clear, close, do that. And yeah, so that's all done. That's all hooked up now. It's all pumping away. And then we managed to clean up at the bottom. We've still got this one power cable, but I'm still going to leave that in there until we get our actual power down here. And then we've got this little arch in here to support this section of the rail. And added some lights and stuff. It actually happened something, yes. Eccentric, seeing your build, I kind of feel overwhelmed. As far as I built something I'm happy with, that's fine. Isn't supposed to compete. No, you're not supposed to compete. What you are supposed to do though is, and this is what I would prefer, is if you look at some of the stuff and be like, oh wow, I didn't know you can do that, and then you kind of give yourself permission to try to go bigger and better. But don't quit Satisfactory just because somebody out there has done something more than you. So, and also don't compare yourself to content creators. We spend way too much damn time on this game. It's not a fair comparison. You spend as much time, I'm pretty sure you could get there as well. But yeah, generally just take another person's build and just be like for instance, there's guys that are way better than me that I look at and I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't know you can do that. And you're just like, well, now that I know that I can do that, I'm going to try that. And then you kind of like experiment a little bit until you get to the point where you can do that. So yeah, don't get intimidated, get inspired. That's my motto when it comes to these kind of things. All right, so Satisfactory Modeler. Let's have a look. I'm gonna switch you guys over. There we go. Okay, so our water is sorted now, which is going to be this little guy here. Next up, we need to do, so yesterday when I had a look at this, I kind of like broke it down into 3 sections. So this is the first section, second section, and then the last section, and then this is going to be completely separate somewhere in the swamp. But I want to do effectively, I want to do, how can I say this? We'll do this a little factory, and then one, like this is going to be a third of the factory, then that's going to be the middle third, and this is going to be the last third of the factory. So we need to put down 3 refineries, 2 diluted fuels, and then the packages for the water. So we need to figure out how to get what we need to go where we want them to go. Train station itself looks really nice though. Thanks, appreciate that. Watchdown over on YouTube. Yeah, you don't have to build this way. 90% of beautiful factories build. We do are not necessary. Absolutely, it's not necessary. Satisfactory is just such a big sandbox. There's a million and one ways to play. Absolutely. Okay, so 3 refineries and 2 blenders. So, interesting. So 3 refineries and 2 blenders. What I'm thinking we can do is bare minimum effort. Hi, welcome. We got Beldroco. Good morning, Jakes. Good morning. And then over on Twitch again, Beldroco. Yesterday I finished my rubber and plastic plants, then made a power plant out of the byproduct. Oh, nicely done. So I'm thinking we put the refineries kind of like next to the road. We'll go a couple of levels down from the road. And we'll do it kind of like that way and then this way. So we can kind of link back up to that road. So I think we'll just kind of, let's get a level to work off. But let's just quickly destroy these little fart rocks. Little stinky rocks. Go away. And okay, we need to get power down here. Take this out of the way. So we'll grab power from, I think let's grab it from the main one, because I don't want to just pull power from this building since it's already been isolated from the with the power switch or with the priority switch. I'll just quickly bring everything out to this point. So the one thing that I do want to do is I want to see how we can incorporate like maybe like this section here into the build and kind of work around it perhaps. XDizzyM over on YouTube. Can I ask you a question? What program did you have open there for a second ago? That's Satisfactory Modeler. I'll open it up again for you. This program you can download from Steam. It's 100% free. And what it does is it helps you plan factories. So for instance, let's just go over here, let's just go to this blank space. Let's say you want to do iron plates. You just kind of like type this in here. And we want to do plates. There we go. So when you type in iron plates, it brings up everything. And the blue ones is the ones that you use for alternative recipes. So let's say we want to do the alternative for that one. And you can click here and you can say I want to do 100 per minute. Wait, where's my numpad? There we go. I want to do 100, so it kind of like tells you this is how many machines you need, this is how many raw items you need. And then from here you can kind of like drag them out and you say iron ingots. Okay, actually let's do this. We'll do it like that. Splurger. And you know, okay, I need 33 ingots and I need 33 steel. And then from here you can kind of drag it out again. And you just keep going like this until you've got like your entire factory planned out. And then from here you can say, oh, I want to go from here, I want to do stitch iron plates. I need more copper, so you need wire, so you need copper, and then from copper you need ore, and you just kind of like flesh it out. There's a couple of videos explaining how this works, so I recommend you check it out. It's a very handy tool.
A new follower emerged.
Amelie of the Sea just followed.
We got a new follower over on Twitch, Amelie from the Sea. Welcome. So glad to have you around. Thank you. I used to do that in MS Excel. No, hell no. I suppose you can use it, but no thank you. I'll rather stick to the modeler. And we got Sinosaurus EPR. It's an excellent name. Can you give a quick demo on how you would make something in here? I always try but the numbers always get haywire. I never know what to put where in the inputs and outputs. Okay. I almost forgot I got to go drive hunting first. Okay. Yes, we can do a quick little demo. I don't mind doing that. I can quickly show you guys I'm going to show you the very basics of it. And let's go over here. So let's say we got this blank area. Let's do something extremely common. Let's say modular frames. So these ones are, like I said, they're alternatives, but we can go with the standard recipe. So we want to do modular frames and we want to do 15. So if you type in 15 there, so you just double click it, type in 15, and it's going to tell you need 7.5 machines. But obviously Satisfactory doesn't do 7.5 machines. So you can double click the icon and you can press this little minus button on the clock speed. That will downclock it to the closest number of machines that we can actually build, in this case 8. So when you put the machine down in your world, you're going to have to copy this. So it's going to be 93.75, and you paste this into the machine and you can downclock it to the exact speed to give you exactly 15 from 8. So now you need 90 iron rods. So I just kind of drag it out and you can choose which one of these recipes you have available. You can choose any one. We'll go with the standard. So this tells us we need 6 machines to build 90 iron rods to go into those machines there. I see. So you don't start with, hey, I want 600 iron incoming here. You have to know how much. No, well, you could do it whichever way you want. You can say, for instance, let's go over here and we say ingots. And you can say, okay, I've got 500 ingots. What can I do with that? I've got 500 a minute. From here, you can go out and you say, okay, I want to build iron rods and I want to do like a bunch of basic stuff. So I want to do iron plates and I'm going to use this alternative recipe. I'm going to do iron wire. So this will show you what you can do with the items that you have. But let's say, okay, I need 200 of these though. So add that in and it will adjust all the other numbers for you. And you can go on from here. So I only need 50 wire and it will adjust it accordingly. And you can see how you have to funnel out the different ingots to the different items to get what you want. But generally speaking, I work from the final product backwards. So I can see what is the factory that I need to build to get 15 modular frames a second and how much raw resources do I need. So for instance, let's do this one quickly. I'm just going to fly through this. So you can do that, and we can say, okay, go to splurger, iron ingots. I'm going to add iron ingots there. We need plates, iron ingots over there. And then once you get to the end, you can see you're going to produce 15 and you need 360. And you need these machines set up in this configuration to get 360 iron ingots to 15 modular frames. There you go. I hope that helps. Bare minimum effort over on Twitch. Need to play. Hold on, I'm missing that one. Need to play with Satisfactory modeler tonight. Got phase 1, 2 factory to plan, but also have phase 4 tech to build with them. Yeah, let me show you something. Come on. Go away. Sorry, I need to do that. If we go out here, this is my entire phase 4. All that stuff that I just showed you in the Dune Desert, there's all of it. And I know exactly how much I need to bring into the desert to complete phase 4. And this is the tower. So the central tower, this is everything that goes into the tower, either via the belt or via a drone. And it pushes out all of these items. So at the moment, we're struggling with my rubber. So I can go in here and I can see we should get this amount of rubber to go into the tower. But why is it not going in there? So I can kind of like go backtrack and I can go to my rubber and plastic and I can open this up and see there should be 450. So if 450 doesn't come out, then there's a problem somewhere. So we need to go investigate it. Yes, Thunder, these are rookie numbers, you're right. And then that's my phase 4. This is my phase 5 builds that I'm going to do. Already planned it all out. And this is the Rocky Desert. That's kind of like all of these as well. So yes, this thing is extremely handy to use. So let's go back to phase 5. And we're going to go to our rocket fuel. And here you can see this is the rocket fuel build. And you can see this is going to give me 25,000 megawatts once this is done. And it tells you how much you use, all that kind of jazz. So it's extremely handy. I see, thanks. Sinosure, sorry, over on Twitch. I see, thanks. I think I was thinking too hard and trying to, yeah, no, just take it from the product that you want and then work backwards. That's going to be a hell of a lot easier. I love that you can see your save setup. Yeah, it's cool, dude. Like, I didn't, only about from middle phase 3 that I start using this program. And you can literally, like, if I set it up properly, you could probably have gotten all the specs and details from this to see exactly how this is built. But anyway, okay. We're trying to build factories here, so let's try and focus. Alright, getting back to the game. Okay, so I want to see if I can incorporate. So we're probably gonna destroy that. Do you know why global illumination is so grainy in some places? Unreal Engine 5. That's just. Oh, look at this. Hello. Hold on a second. There we go. Got a summer sloop up here. Excuse me, I just want to yoink this one thing. Can you go away, please? Yoink. Wait, no. Yoink. Yoink again. Third time's a charm. Oh, hello. I think somebody's throwing rocks at me. No, it's just this guy. I thought you died. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think the graininess from global illumination, especially on like metal items, is the Unreal Engine 5 issue. And the update that's coming in 1.2, I think, does actually address that to some extent. Okay, 3 refineries, 2 blenders, and unpackages. So I think we'll build it here, but I don't want to destroy this section here. But I'm definitely going to destroy this thing. This thing can go. No, I think I need to plant explosives. Boom! Later. I think you can even send setups to other people. Yeah, you can actually use Satisfactory Modeler and export your build to something else, and then somebody else can kind of like open it up. So it's pretty cool. Okay, so I don't want to be this elevated. I actually want to get quite low. So let's see how we're going to do this. Let's just start with the foundation. And we're going to try and get as low as we can. And we're going to work from there. The thing is, I just don't... how can we do this? So we're going to... Let's experiment a little bit. Look at this tree. It's kind of a cool tree. Never really spent a lot of time in this one, but this... That's a cool ass tree. So if we don't, let's just destroy these fart rocks as well. Come here. There we go. Okay, cool. The question is how are we gonna put these things in here? So, give me a second, guys. I'm just kind of like evaluating our options here. So maybe I have the 3 refineries on that side, kind of like next to each other. But we still need a way. I need this. We need to be able to drive to this station as well. So we got more fart rocks up here. Okay, there we go. The thing is, I don't really want to build this high just because the road is this high. I think that's unnecessary, but we also don't want to get too close. Black Wolf over on YouTube. Hey Jakes, how do you prevent burnout? I want to build a really cool world, and your builds inspire me, but I struggle to get motivation. I hit roadblocks and usually just stop playing. The first thing I would say is build smaller. Like a lot of people try to build mega builds, and I think you can much easier burn out on a mega build than you can on like the smaller builds like I do, for instance. Like if you do a mega build and you plant 140 fuel generators in here, yes, big number go up, but you're going to be doing the same damn thing over and over for like days on end. And because it's such a big build, unless you've got a massive PC and a hell of a lot of time, you can't make that build look really cool and really interesting, just because it's just impractical, really, and that's how you're going to get burned out. So I would say try to build smaller. Like you don't need massive numbers to build, especially if you're going to be doing like designer work and things like that. You can build an interesting build like what I'm doing now. I'm just building 3 refineries and 2 blenders, but I'm kind of like trying to make it look interesting. And I think if you try to approach it like that, where you try to make it more interesting for yourself instead of just building these massive floating platforms and massive factories, I think you'll get less burned out because you can actually see progression. Like we built this in like 2 days, and that train station is done, and I'm happy with it, and it looks cool, it looks nice, and it does what it needs to do. Now moving on to the next project. But if I had to build like 50 of those, then I would get burned out as well. There's no way around it. So I would say try to build smaller, try to add more detail into it, and building smaller will also mean that you can complete projects at a time and you can feel like a sense of progression. Also take your time to decorate your factory, absolutely, over on Twitch, thank you. Just take your time and just enjoy it. Like, we didn't rush that at all, and it looks pretty good. And I would say use blueprints extensively. It's going to save a lot of time. You're going to get real cool builds. You're going to be happy with your builds, and you're going to do it in a fraction of the time. Anyways, moving on. Changing. I missed the chat again. Oh, did I miss the chat? Which one did I miss? I feel like I should start streaming random games and try it out. I keep switching the games. I don't play continuously. I should start streaming, and I need a heads up from you. I would, yeah. I can't give you streaming advice, my man. I started last week. I started the week before. The one thing I do kind of see that a lot of people are saying is just be consistent, not necessarily in the games, but in the times that you stream. Find something that you enjoy, find a time slot that works for you, and then do that, say 3 times a week, and do that for 2, 3, 4, 5 months at a time, and stick to that schedule, stick to that time, and just do something that you enjoy, and just take it from there. But don't chase trends, because trends come and go. Do what you find, a game that you like, and do that game. Play that game. All right, let's try and get something done here. I said let's do the refineries this side, and we can have the road kind of like go ahead, but we can also have the road tee off here, or like over here somewhere, and then come down and meet this section here. So yeah, let's expand this road a little bit. So Whitestone's got some hard-learned lessons here for us. Yeah, don't do it like me. Go crazy and try to produce massive numbers. Decorating massive factories can be taxing, and it seems like you're getting nowhere fast. Yeah, that's the one thing that I try to avoid. Is if you do go that big, you're gonna have to put so many hours in there, and you'll struggle with the sense of achievement, because it feels like you're not getting anywhere. But you're actually doing a lot, but it just doesn't look like a lot because you've got a factory that's about 10 times the size than you probably should do. Alright, guys, let me just focus here for a second. I'll get back to chat in a moment. So I think we'll do it at this height. This gives us enough clearance from the ground, but this is gonna be the logistics floor. So from here we're gonna go up another 2, and this will be the actual production floor. So the vehicle or the road needs to be able to come and link up to this section here, which I think can easily be done. So we'll have the refineries on this level and the blenders, and then we'll have the logistics at the bottom. And we can just run all the pipes and things that we need from the train station, kind of like along this path maybe, or like I said, we still need to figure out how we're going to get everything from the train stations out. Yeah, no, we should be good. We should be good. Now, Watchstone, even when I kind of like reviewed your world save on my PC, like I was struggling as well. Because those bigger builds do, yeah, big builds, you need big PC. Like I'm getting to about 35 meg now as well for my save file. Production buildings, refineries. So let's just plonk this one down and quickly see what we can get here. So over on Twitch, we got Matakin. Hi, welcome. Hey Jakes, glad to catch your stream. Awesome. And then Bell Draco. 2, personal advice: stay with your schedule and stay with the game at first. Then later you can find games that you can stream and do. Oh, and be yourself. Yeah, because if you're gonna pretend to be somebody else, you're gonna get real tired of pretending to be somebody else constantly, and you might even slip up, and then everybody will be like, "Well, who the hell is this guy?" Because he's obviously not who he says he is. Okay, so yeah, let me get the recipe down. I'm just gonna quickly jump to modeler here. So we're gonna be doing 250 on what's this recipe? It's just polymer resin alternative recipe. Okay, so polymer resin. Which one is it? Resin. Don't tell me we don't have that recipe. Oh, this is fun. Sorry. Okay, let me. Oh, you guys can actually see it as well. I'm supposed to. Oh shit! I don't have polymer resin. Why did I choose this recipe? Let's see if we can unlock it. We can drop down a ma'am. And have a quick little peruse in here. So, resin. Okay, we got it. What does this do though? This gives byproduct of water. I recommend checking out the nitrous rocket fuel if you have it. We can quickly have a look, Chandra. Let me just unlock this one. The thing is, I'm not really gonna switch recipes mid-build because I've already planned out the build for the stuff that I have access to. Let me see if I've got. So you mean this one here? Not great. No, it's suboptimal. Is this a good nitrous one? See, for this one we need fuel, nitrous gas, because we are bringing in all of these items anyways. Hold on a second. Nitrous rocket fuel is the GOAT. It's the GOAT. Okay, hold on. Let's switch to modeler, because I do believe that we kind of bringing in everything. Skips turbo. Ooh. Okay, well, let's do a little crash course here in messing up your own plans. Okay, no, we'll quickly check this out. Okay, so nitrous rocket fuel. So we're gonna do this because we are actually at the point where we can still change if we need to change, but going beyond this point means we can't change. So I believe we are bringing in all of those, because you look over here, you see we can got crude oil, sulfur, nitrous gas. We obviously made the water stuff, but we need water for other things as well, so that's fine. Iron ingots, blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. So we need coal. So this is how I usually. Okay, actually, I can show you guys how I plan things out, and then hopefully we can pick up a couple of tips here. So let's start from the top. Right, fuel. Probably I would reckon diluted fuel, because this is your yield is just so much bigger with diluted fuel. Then we need, probably going to go with heavy oil residue just for the maximum amount of HOR. We'll probably sing this unless we get a better idea for this. We want 40 fuel generators, so let's just give a number here quickly. So this is only going to give us 10. No, okay, no, hold on. I need to do this. I'm being silly. No, that's way too much. There we go. So it's going to give us the same amount because we're using the same amount of generators. We can have the same amount of fuel because it was 25, now it's 50. So that's fine. Nitro's the goat. And Matakil. So I'm butchering your name. I recommend to have a massive amount of rocket fuel. Oh, I don't need a massive amount, but I would like to use a superior recipe. Anyways. Let's go all the way up here. So we're pumping out 70 resin, that's fine. We need we can do that. Crude oil is easy. Splurge at that bad boy. Alright, we need the water. So we're gonna just do that into a splurger as well. Actually, you know what? Let's convert this so we can see how many packages we need, or unpackages in this case. Package water. Okay, and then we're gonna go splurge this one. So by the way, splurge stands for splitter and merger combined. Rocket fuel is the OP for power. I do want to do nuclear though, just because I really want to. Butterclean is fine. I'm maybe 14 in the Discord. Oh, hi, yeah. Nice, dude. Alright, so we're gonna go to nitrogen gas, so we're just gonna splurge this as well. So that gives us all the raw items that we need to come in. This obviously going to be this is a way simpler build, definitely. I actually had there's also a gas no need for pumps. Yes, absolutely. I actually had a few people recommending, and I was like, oh, I already planned my build, but I think this is definitely a better one to do. So thanks for everybody for this recommendation. We'll sync this for now. Don't have a bad idea yet. What factory planner is this? This is Satisfactory modeler. You can see there on the top. It shows you. And this is my go-to planner for anything Satisfactory related. I think it's a nice visual aid, and it's also it's very user friendly, very easy to use. Okay, so we're gonna need. We can probably jack this number up. We're only gonna do 2 of those. One thing I do like to do is I like to put these numbers right next to that, so I can at a glance easily see what's going on here. And it is free on Steam. Yes, that's a good point. Thank you. You can just go to Steam, just type in, like it's just downloading a demo. Just type in Satisfactory modeler and just download it, install it, and Bob's your uncle. You're done. It's very good. It's an excellent tool. We're using Satisfactory calculator, but want something different, something beefier. This might be the thing. This might be the one then. Okay, so we still need a bunch of these guys. Oh, we need 2 of these guys. So like before I was kind of like grouping them together, but we don't even need to do that now. We could just build all of these as one. Calculator is a quick version. The modeler also allows you to go into way more detail. Okay, so we've got, let's max this one out as well. So, okay, I kind of got an idea how we're going to build this. So we got 4, and we can put these in a row. Then we got 2 refineries, and then we can just have a sprinkling of sinks around. And then we've got the, let me jack this up as well. Got a 1. Okay, this kind of changes things a little bit. So we'll focus the build around these 2 guys, or these 4 guys rather. Okay, so we can then can all of this, and we're gonna go over here and just say this is everything that we need. And we can just delete these. We don't need those anymore. So the train station stays exactly the same as it was, which is good. And then we just need to, we basically just have less buildings doing the exact same thing. So I should have just listened to everybody else when they said, no, do this recipe. All right, so we're going to focus on these. So let's build the factory around these 4 guys. Yeah, cool. Download it and try it out. It's really good. Over on YouTube. So let's switch back. and we can have a quick little look. So we need to get this. Ooh, ooh, I almost clicked rescan. That was so damn close. Okay, so let's take these out for now. And since the blenders are going to be forming part the kind of like the base of this entire factory, let's just plonk them down. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. And we'll see what we can do. Yeah, there's plenty of videos, guides on Satisfactory Modeler if you just go into YouTube that shows you from basic to advanced. So let's go Blender. Alright, so we're gonna have 4 of these guys. And we're probably gonna turn them this way. What we can do though, we can do 2 on the side and have like a central area to walk through. But we don't want, I think we need to orientate them differently. Although I kind of like the sideways look of them. Alright, let's just chuck these down for now and see what springs to mind as in what we can do. So if we've got this guy going this way, I think I'm making it a little difficult for myself just because I want to orientate them this way. Because now, if you look at the in and outlets, they're not neatly lined up, but it's not the end of the world. Over on YouTube, if you have never done nuclear before, Jake, expect to rebuild it about 5 times. Okay. I hope we get a merged version of the machine so we can do symmetrical builds with blenders, foundries, and some others. While I do agree with you, the one thing that I've found is as soon as you embrace asymmetrical building, I think your builds will actually become better if you focus on kind of like doing design work. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build less symmetrical.
A new follower
trying to embrace
emerged.
asymmetrical.
Snake Doctor 09 just followed.
We got a new follower. Snake. Over on Twitch. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the channels, by the way. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how we're going to make this look. So I'm trying to visualize what's going to happen here. The one thing that looks kind of cool, I've seen a couple of people do this, is if you bring this all the way up and you kind of have it like this, where it just sticks out. And then if you play your cards right with the foundations, you can kind of make them look quite interesting. And I think if you mix it up a little bit with, we can either have, I see some people do it with the foundation kind of glitches into it, which is one way to do it. Kind of like that, so you can see it doesn't get into it. That looks kind of cool. And I don't mind that look at all. So something like this can be the one option that we can do. When you go nuclear, go for no waste plant. 100%, absolutely. Okay, so we can kind of do like this. So you got these 4 sticking out here. And I think if we do something where it lifts up here, goes level, and it goes down and then links up with that one. That could be interesting as well. So just elevate it a little bit, and then on this elevated bit in the middle where it kind of like bulges out, we can put the lights down here just to illuminate this walkway that we're going to have in the middle. So is this the closest? What happened if we squish all of these together? They're probably going to glitch through, but can we see that? So where's the center point? So that's the center. So if we do, let me just quickly try this. Just want to test this out for a minute. So you can see the little bit of foundations, but I think that's kind of cool. So we need to switch this over to diluted fuel. That changes the color of in the middle. I think that's fine. And if we want to do the same on the other side, let's just see how big is the gap in the middle here. So this is going to go up to there. Let's switch this to default and autosave. Okay, that kind of works. And then if we want to do like a height difference here in the middle, let's figure out how we're going to do that. So is this going to be 2 foundations? No. No, we're not going to be that lucky. That's the middle point. And that's the middle point. And ideally, like I said, I would like this to be elevated. Just because I think they will look interesting. Now we can do it with pillars quite easily. Okay, let's give that a go. So I'm just going to do like a little mock build here, a little test build. See how things are going to turn out. So the way you can do this with pillars is I'm going to use our little magic beam. Let me just think here for a second. Yeah, let's go from there. No, I want to be, sorry, I want to be on this edge because I want them to line up perfectly. There we go. And then we're going to go with, let's go with concrete for now. Okay, wait, this one isn't, you see this is not on the edge. Let me try this again. There. And there. Lost it. There we go, now it's on the edge. So we can kind of have them like that. Just grab this one again. Edge and edge. Where the hell did this one go? There we go. Right. You take these out then. And you can even run them like this. For like a long hallway. And then the light will be in the middle here. We can maybe use that industrial light. You know, the standard light. I think that one was wrong. Here we go. Take this one out. So the idea is to kind of have like that little elevated section in the middle. And if you go to organization, we do the ceiling light. Let's see if this is going to work at all. I mean, we could do it like that. That kind of looks interesting. But it's like side to side. The mouse said work. Stop it. The happy little coincidence that this kind of looks interesting. Like that, yeah. I think that looks cool. And also the nice little bonus is the cables are going to be nice and neat because it's all going to be inside there. So, but this is going to be interesting because let's just have a look here. Let me just pop over to Satisfactory Modeler and just see what's the rate at which we're supposed to do this. So the one thing that you'll find is when you copy the speed, so the speed is, sorry, let me just kill this phone. Okay, phone is dead. When we go over here, so the speed that says in the modeler is going to be 138 and 8/9. So how the hell do you do 8/9? Well, you don't. You just kind of like cut this out. I enter. Well, we need these guys. No, we need more of them. So 138. So this is how I do it. Just gonna add that number in there. Then I cut out the 8/9. And then all I do is go into here, just gonna paste that in, then I see, oh, it's 0.889. And then go back to the machine and just gonna add that to the end. 0.889, and that's the number that you need. Alright, so I love accidental builds like this. Half my work is, yeah, exactly. Half the work is just like, oh, let me try this. Oh, wow, it looks good. You'll be like, yeah, that's how I'm gonna do it. Alright, so we only got 2 items coming in and 1 coming out, so it's gonna make this a lot easier to do, a lot simpler. Alright, so we're gonna copy that, paste it in there, paste it in there, paste it in there. Right, so I think this design will definitely stick with that. And we've got... So we'll have this top level as well that you can... So this is going to be walkable, this top section. Obviously, we're going to have a walkway coming through there. And we're going to have walkways coming around the side. We could maybe even try and do one in the middle here. We're just going to have to figure this out. Okay, but anyways, let's press on. So these guys need... They're going to need the water, so we need the water, the unpackager somewhere to unpackage it. It was only... Oh, that's right, yeah, 100%. So, let me show you what he's talking about. So, I copied this one, but we need to do this one as well. So this is going to be the nitrous fuel. So you can see there, if I just hover my mouse over the icon, it shows me what alternative I'm using. So nitrous rocket fuel, it's going to be 2, and you can see it's overclocked. So if you double click it, you can see there's the rate. So it's actually the same rate than the other one. We just need to switch the recipe. Okay. So we'll do the last 2 for that. You know what? I'm wondering if we should, because the rocket fuel is kind of, it glows, doesn't it? It's like very, very illuminated. So I actually want to do something with that because I haven't used that before. Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 conversion. That's excellent. So we can maybe move these out a little bit and then have this section to be like one compartment almost. And then probably like a foundation or 2 out, we can have these be kind of like the second compartment. Kegs 006, if I pronounce that correctly. Hello Jake and chat. Welcome dude, welcome. And we got Mr. Pragmatic 16. Or use equal total machines number for input per minute. Machines has innate calculator. It is. I haven't managed to kind of get it to work properly. You mean what, just change the output, or what do you mean? What am I missing? Do explain. Do elaborate. Okay, so yeah, let's forget about these 2 at the moment because they're gonna do a different recipe. Let's just make sure I copy this over, and let's just focus on these 2 here to kind of like do them as a separate section entirely. So this is gonna be, obviously this is gonna be the output, so it's gonna output on gas, and no, this is gonna output fuel. So we'll just have the fuel go straight down. No need to be flashy when it comes to that, so I'm just going to put this here as a kind of like a placeholder. And let's just pretend like... No, that's completely wrong. Let's try this again. Oh, it's these, because I kind of turned them around, that's why it's off. There we go. Let's pretend like we've played this before. Okay, there we go. And this guy, so this is all just going to be placeholders for now. So type in 108th in the input example for automatically calculated. Okay. So. Oh my word. Okay, so that was 1. Okay, hold on a second. That was 138. And was it 89? Yeah. Oh, but here comes the problem. What, am I not typing it in right? I think this is probably what I've done before and I couldn't get it to work. So that's the number that I got. But like, how the hell? I mean, I suppose you could do... No, that's not going to work either. Am I being dumb? Hold on a second. Don't you laugh at me. So we've got this. This is the number that we're looking for. This is what we get. Now, how do I input this without having to do 15 steps? Use unit per minute. Oh, you mean this one? What do you mean we use unit per minute? I'm not following. You mean in the... Oh, sorry, I'm here. Oh yeah. You mean do... Hold on. You mean that. Parts per minute? You mean this? Sure, but okay, yeah, okay, I get that. I suppose if you just copy this number, you can always switch it back because I prefer to see the amount of machines because that helps me with how to design it. And then when you go back to the game, you can just type this into units per minute. Oh wait. This is wait. It's completely wrong. Hold on. I'm doing the wrong machine. Am I? What am I doing wrong? Oh, that was for 2 machines though. No, okay. This is where it gets a little weird. So let's go back to Satisfactory Modeler. And go over here. See, we're doing it. This is on 2 machines. So if you go to parts per minute, that should be half of that. So now you're doing extra steps already. Or am I being completely silly here? Am I doing something stupid here? What's happening? Well, if it's not for 4 machines, hold on, let me double check that. I'm not going to switch you guys over. It's for 2 machines. So if it's a single machine, then yes, you can probably just jab it in there and that will work fine. But the problem that I have is that I'm working off the clock speed basically. So that is what the clock speed should be. Now the best way that I've found is just to kind of like cut that last bit out, you enter it, and if you open up the game's calculator, if there's a better way to do this, please let me know. And I just kind of like do this, then I know, okay, I need to add autosave. I need to add that numbers 2 to this machine, and then I'll just do this, enter. So that's the number. But like if Satisfactory Modeler will give me this number rather, it will be just an easy copy and paste. Falcon, how's it going? So you were right that you can do it, but as soon as you kind of like, yeah, it's a bit weird. Can you just not type the decimal numbers? Yeah, but it's not. Okay, let's do this. So it's like, so that's the number that we got. It's not that, it's that. So how do you calculate that last bit? Or how do you tell the game that you want to have that number as decimals behind this number? Because you can't just do that, can you? No, that doesn't work. See? Is it plus? Okay. That might work. Lad coming in clutch. Huh? If we only paid attention in basic math class. No, the model isn't. No, I'll show you. Hold up. That's why I had to kind of like jump through 15 hoops here. So if you go over here, it doesn't show that. It just shows 8/9 or 1/3 or 4/3 or whatever the case might be. Now, obviously, if it's 4/3, well, that's just 75. If it's 1/3, it's 3/3. That's easy. But Mr. Vlad coming in clutch here. You need to buy that man a drink. All right, let's go back to the gameplay. So there we go. Everybody learned something today. So that's cool. I like that. So it's actually more precise. Like I was actually off by 0.8. So if we go in here, this is the number that we get from the modeler. You just remove the space, plus, enter, boom, done. Can you believe that? And then you just copy that bad boy over to this one. And Bob's your uncle. Look at that. That's cool. Like I was even off here with a little bit. Thank you, Vlad. Appreciate it. We learn something every day. Falcon over on Twitch. Traffic heavy in your town. Dude, I steer clear of traffic. I don't commute. No, thank you. Noise. Absolutely over there on Steph over on YouTube. Absolutely noise. All good. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. Okay, so we have got our project set up for the next stream, which is going to be this bad boy. And thanks to Tundra and all the previous suggestions that I completely ignored when it comes to use this recipe. Jack, use this one. No, I know better. No, you don't. Okay, so we're going to stick with this one and we're going to complete this factory. It's going to be our next little project. And we're going to be raiding out. So for all the YouTube guys, I'm sorry, but we're going to cut you off in a moment. For all the Twitch guys, if you want to hang around, we can send you off to somebody else, hopefully somebody that plays Satisfactory, that speaks English, and that hopefully does aesthetic builds as well. So last message from YouTube, John Smith. You can type in the values as fractions and it will calculate it like 6 more digits than it shows. Oh, it does? Okay, well, I'm gonna definitely have to check that out, but I'll remember that from the next stream. Thank you so much for the tip. We kind of tried to do the but the way that Vlad showed us, it works perfectly, so that's perfect. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna cut the stream over here. You can rate on YouTube as well. Whitestone, I'm gonna figure that out, and we're gonna be doing that on the next one. Catherine, thanks for the stream. Have a great day. Likewise, I hope you guys have an awesome day as well. Farouk, I'm gonna look into that. I'm definitely gonna look at that. Thanks. Cheers, my man. Cheers, guys. Everybody have a good one, and I'm out of here.